it's always me. I keep doing stuff wrong. I really can't feel like that all the time. And there's quite a lot of time that, you know, you can become very sensitive about small things. And, you know, shit, so can I too. You know, I can too.
But it's the same things.
But no, it's not. It's not necessarily the same thing.
If you look at the bigger picture, what are the things? I become
irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird, and, you know, we fight a lot more. But I don't want to do that anymore.
I don't either, but I'm not picking you apart. You only see criticism as an insult and picking you apart. You never actually go, I'm a human. I make mistakes. It's not even like I make mistakes all the time. It's that I have quirks. You have your own, I have my own. And if we look at everything that the other person says, hey, I need this differently, or this made me feel bad, or I want you to be aware of this because it kind of stung me. Every single time we bring it up, we can't see it as like an ego shutdown. It can just be a thing we can work on. I know I have them. I have things that I want to be able to hear from you that aren't mean. They're just, this hurt me, or don't do that stung me, or look, if I go over to say hi to Rocky and the girls and I stayed for that long after I also, like, you know, was upstairs for so long.
But you have.
When I do, if it affects you negatively,
it doesn't.
Then it's irrelevant. It's about what the other person needs. You live a life with somebody.
It's not irrelevant. It's just I'm saying I'm not going to get pissed off because it's something that you want to do.
You have
somewhere you want to be.
Baby, you have different things that affect you than I do.
We all do, of course.
We're two different people living in a life together, and the best we can do is say, these are my corners, this is what affects me, this is yours, you know. You might not be affected by that. However, sometimes you might be, and sometimes you might feel like I disappear in my closet and you were waiting with coffee or whatever. And I want to be in a relationship where you can tell me, I was waiting here with coffee, I thought you were going to be back, and then I need to be the person to be like, if it affected you and you're not just trying to make a point of it, if it really did affect you, I'd say sorry, or I want to be that person that says sorry. I might not always be, and I'll fucking change that, but I need to be able, you can't, if you see every criticism as you're a fuck up, I can't ever say this affects me negatively.
No, but
anything.
One doesn't feel like if there's criticism, even like 3 times a month, 4 times a month, that's a lot. It's once a week. When it's more than that, it's really, really fucking weird. It's weird. It's upsetting. It's upsetting because
I agree.
I only feel like
I agree.
You see me in a way that whatever, you know, you keep saying that I gotta step up, you know. You know, stop running away and this now. The things that you've called running away in the past are me trying to get out of a fight that could escalate into something really ugly and violent. And I don't ever want that again for us. I don't want it.
I agree. But it is not criticism of you every day or every fucking week it's the same thing that you do that you don't work on, that you don't actually change, and it affects everybody. It's not me alone. It's just I'm the only one who doesn't work for you and can actually say to you, this affects me. I'm really glad that people like Shep in your life can actually say to you, this affects like affects me, but you were let off the hook, as you should have been. It's that thing that you do. You have very little people in your life that can do like what Shep did, or what I do, which is say, that fucking affects me. No one else is going to say that to you.
But baby, for example, I was ready. Now, I wasn't ready long before you.
I don't want to talk about specifics, though. It's it's a bigger thing.
No, but it is a bigger thing, for sure. I know. I'm late.
I just feel like breaking it down in this one example. It minimizes it.
No, but okay.
You know?
Okay, yeah.
If you want to, go ahead. But I don't want to fight about a fight. I want to talk about the bigger things, which is, I'm not criticizing you all the time. You do this, you dress this, don't do this, don't do that. It is one thing. It's pretty fucking consistent. I have one major criticism of you that I really feel like is important in fights, that really affects us negatively. That's in fights. I'm talking about in life. It is that one fucking thing. It is the K-hole of attention that is your gaze. It's whatever it's like it's whatever is there, everything else disappears. It's whatever is in front of you, and you lose track of also, like, you know, that's what makes you late. That's what makes
my brain.
Yes. And I love your brain, and I love everything that you have going on. I love you. You are not, you're the same. You could have anyone you want. I could have anyone I want. I love you. Most of all because of what's in here and in here. I love your brain. I love your heart. And I love you. I love being with you. I have one criticism, and it pops up in different examples, in different facets. But it is really one thing. And it is the lack of consideration. Not intentional. And you make it sound like I keep going, oh, well, you do this and you do this, and I'm criticizing you. It's not the case. It is one thing that comes up in different, not very different forms, but comes up in different examples. It is the disappearing act of your attention, energy, and sometimes you're great and so clear and lucid and present, and that's a different thing altogether. However, lately, it's, you know, there's a lot going on, and it hasn't really been like that, you know? You haven't been the one to go, oh, I need to text her, I've been over here for like an hour. Or, you're not one to, it doesn't make me, fuck it, that's, I'm being an example. Didn't mean to give an example.
I should, no, but while you use the example, I should have. In retrospect, even then, of course it crossed my mind. And then I thought, well, she's probably cool. She's taking a shower. She's going to make up off. Okay. You know? Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking. And I was trying to get out of there for a long time.
I'm sure you were.
And when I finally did get out, it was, you know, another 15, 20 minutes at the door, you know, like. Yeah. I said, dude, I'll come by tomorrow, man. We'll talk about it, you know, come by tomorrow. But he was obviously starved for attention and, you know, especially.
I invited him over for dinner.
No, I know. Because I heard he knocked on the door and...
We hung out for like an hour downstairs and ate and talked, and you were missed. Sorely missed.
But I was only upstairs.
I know. And I wasn't mad about it, you know? I mean, it's kind of like a joke, you know, Rocky and Josh were in, oh yeah, you know, another... What did Josh said, another 10 minutes, he's like, actually, we were going to time it, and then we thought, fuck it, no, because it's just so amazing, and I said, yeah, actually, I'd be curious with the time, because in France, we did this game where we would all bet 55, 45, an hour and a half, or an hour and 5, you know, and whenever you would come back from 10 minutes, I'll be right behind you, it would be, no one ever guessed less than 45, and it was between 45 and an hour and 5, where whoever got the prize, and it's almost a joke. I most of the time can laugh it off because I know you and I know it's you. But it's so chronic, the lateness, it's so chronic, and it's gotten so bad. Whitney even said it. She's like, it's gotten worse. It's so bad. It's so late, so regularly, and so consistently not on it, whatever that is, multitasking, whatever you want to call it, that I do voice it sometimes when it hurts me. It does hurt me sometimes when I'm upstairs and I'm reading and I shower and I'm like, I don't want to bother him. He's where he wants to be, but that's what hurts. You are where you want to be, and I'm not.
I understand.
And I'm waiting for you. And
well, in Isaac's, I wasn't where I wanted to be. I wanted to be back over there in bed because I was hallucinating, tired.
all I wanted was to be able to say that to you and have you respond like that. And just say, I'm sorry. It would have meant so much to me.
I would have if it hadn't have been so kind of aggressive. You know?
I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't handle it very well. But it's because I assumed you'd go, I'm always a fuck up. You're always on me and get mad at me and then yell at me and be defensive and make it a fight about me.
No, but like, for example, and I didn't fucking say anything. I'm not going to say anything to them when I get there. And I would, but look, I mean, and I don't mean this in a mean way. I'm truly just giving you my observation. Every day before I went either to rehearsal or to sound check, for the Roxy, you would hit me up with some problem or whatever, something you felt or something I didn't do or this or that, and it was every day of rehearsal.
I was upset about Toronto that entire time, and I was trying to suppress it.
And I was at least 30 minutes late for rehearsal every day, and I was 45 minutes late for the sound check at the Roxy.
Mm-hmm.
And I know.
But it wasn't because of me. That's not fair. You were late. I mean, I took maybe 5 minutes. I didn't get more than 5 minutes of your time at a single one of those days, and every time I didn't take more than 5 minutes. We talked the first 2 days, the first day of rehearsal, the first 2 days of rehearsal, before you went up and showered and stuff. That was you, and you're not managing the time. You cannot put that on me. That's ridiculous. I didn't have even 5 minutes.
Listen, like I said, I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to fight with you about this. But your perception of 5 minutes in this case is off.
Okay. Well, coming from you, I'll take that because I think you have a hard time with time as well.
What?
I think you have a hard time perceiving time. So if you tell me my perception's off on time,
I just know how late I was.
That's you, though. It's you putting off the shower. That's you waiting to talk to your wife until you were rushed and telling me you had to go I don't want to get into it, but I was just trying to suppress.
You were upset
fighting.
Because I wasn't being able to spend the mornings with you.
No, I was upset from Toronto. I didn't even want to be. The thing is, I was really struggling that whole week because I was looking online for apartment rentals. I was trying to 1 hour. I'd wake up in the morning and I'd go, I'm going to be fine this morning. I'm going to not think about it, all the shit. And I would, by the end of the day, even in the morning, try not to bring it up, but then also realize that my marriage was just being destroyed. I found a counselor that could help, like, with, separation. I found, or looked at apartments online.
I didn't know you went that far.
I didn't, because I could not imagine getting over the pain of what happened in Toronto. It was so bad.
I couldn't imagine getting over a lot of shit, like on the plane.
Yes, but
that was the second time.
We both participated in that. Toronto, all I did in Toronto, all I did was fight to keep you okay, not safe. I was worried about you going off the rails and binging because you were drinking. I wanted you to not. I wanted you to be okay for your press. I wanted you to stay in the room, not to fight, but just even to go in the other room so you weren't downstairs drinking until 5. It was not that was, a lot of our fights are 50-50, and some of them are me. This one, those Toronto fights, I spent the whole time telling you I love you and trying to get you to calm down and keep you safe. Stop, let's not do this. Look at the bigger picture. I love you. Bigger picture. And that train had fucking left. And there is no excuse for it. You want to make excuses, I know. That's your instinct, is to make an excuse to allow yourself to go off the rails. There's no excuse for
just talking about Toronto.
Yeah.
listen, there's no excuse for either of us being the way we, getting the way we get, and being that fucking, allowing ourselves to get to such a degree, or such a fucking heated arena. There's no fucking reason in the world for it. It's dumb, it's stupid, and it's fucking dumb. But, your memory of Toronto is what it is. And yeah, I said some fucking really nasty things to you. And those nasty things have been building up from the prior argument. Just like your shit had been building up. The plane, I thought, this is it. We're dead. After the plane, we're fucking dead. I don't know how to look at her anymore. I don't know how to feel anymore. I don't. Again, what you think of an argument where you didn't say shit, I mean, again, I'm sorry, but there were people out the door, right outside the door, who heard everything.
In Toronto? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Then get them in the room right now, the mystery help that you keep referencing, and have them sit in front of me. I want to hear someone tell me what I said to you, because still I have yet to hear one thing. I called you spineless at the end of one fight, and I called you a coward. No, I said spineless and pussy. Those were two names that I called you, and I told you what you were doing was spineless, and I called you a pussy, and I said I was sorry, and I meant it, but it was at the end of a fight. I had been fucking provoked to no end, prodded, poked, kicked. I had heard every nasty thing you could think of saying to a woman before that comment came out. And I still had the strength afterwards to say, let's just not do this. Please, let's look at the bigger picture. We love each other. Let's skip all the steps where we say the hurtful things. Stop. And I said that the whole time. So whoever you're fucking talking about, quit fucking referencing them. Be fucking fair. Fight fair. Get them here right now. I want to fucking see them, look them in the eye, and hear them tell me, in front of me, in front of you, what I fucking said in Toronto. Because I didn't say a fucking thing. I didn't do anything in Toronto. I fucking held it together the whole time. I am sorry I called you a pussy. And your actions were spineless, and I am sorry I said that. I'm really sorry I said that. I shouldn't have stooped to that level. What
actions of mine were spineless?
You had said you wanted to get a room at the beginning of the fight.
No.
Well, then I don't remember what it was. But it was all the shit that led up to that. It was at the end of that second fight. And I am sorry I called you that name. But how much it's hurt you, and how much you've talked about it, and how much you've complained about that affecting you, and how much that you've carried that, magnify that by 1,000. Well, being literal, 200. Magnify that. You're focused on one thing you got called. Imagine being called 20,000 more things. And not just called names. Being looked at and said the most hurtful, ugly things I've ever been told ever in my life, on top of being called those names. While you're saying to someone, I love you, I was actually saying to you, in that last fight, all I was saying is, come back, let's not do this, I love you. I even sat down, and you were like, fuck you, you're fucking ugly, I can't look at you. And I said, I love you. I fucking hate you, I love you. And I actually did that.
You did.
That was the fight. I got mad at something that I would get mad about now. It was rude and inconsiderate, and instead of me being able to just say that hurt me, you have fucking the ego is so offended that all you have to do is lash out at me, hurt me, call me names to try and defend yourself, because heavens forbid you did something rude, which is human. It was human. You could have just said sorry, and I would have felt better. And that's all, because we're two people struggling so hard to live with each other.
What was the fight about?
Remember, it started because we had gotten comfortable. I got in my pajamas, I took my hair out, I started to take my makeup off, we ordered pizza, ordered a movie, my mom was coming up to the room, we were curled up on the couch, and then you decided to tell someone, me, in this case, that you wanted to go to a party. And I had No, and I did say, I started by saying, I don't want to go, let's not do that, why? And then I said, what the fuck? I have already taken off my makeup, I'm in my dress, my heels, my hair.
But your makeup was still on.
Why didn't you tell me? I had started to take it off. I took off my lipstick. I said, why didn't you tell me before? I'm in my pajamas at this point. Why didn't you tell me before? We had ordered a movie, we talked about our night, we actually talked about doing... That's how it started. And after that moment, I came back and I got my dress on, got my shoes on, put my hair back up, and I said, let's go to the party, you know? And you were so obstinate and adamant and stubborn and I don't know what it was in you, but you, from that moment on, did nothing but insult and hurt me.
But could it have been that I was a bit prodded by your lack of wanting to get dressed again?
But I was prodded by your lack of telling me. Don't you see? There's always a thing if you can just rely on that. You not take any responsibility for your shit. That's no excuse. You felt prodded. Yeah, so did I. I felt prodded about you telling me after the fact that we were going to go to a party after we had already talked about our night. We even ordered pizza. We fucking were queuing up a movie. We told my mom. Even security was like, what? They didn't know. No one knew that you were going. And you didn't tell anybody. And you don't think I felt prodded? I felt prodded.
Wasn't it Lawrence Krauss? Wasn't it a party?
No, it was the party for that. It was the after party for the movie.
Oh, right. No, we went to that.
We didn't.
The dinner thing.
We didn't go. We went to something else. We didn't go that night. We fought.
We went to a dinner thing where Terry Gilliam was.
That was different. That was Venice. Terry Gilliam.
Sorry.
I felt proud too. I don't want to sit here and fight about Toronto, and I really think it's fucked up that we fight about the old fights over and over and over and over again. I did tell you I would let that shit go. I'm sorry that I spent 5 minutes of your mornings ending in a bad way, but we didn't talk for more than 10. I did not make you late. You have a late problem. It's a fact.
I do. I admit to that. But it was a half hour.
That was not because of me. You putting off talking to me until you were already a half hour late. In fact, every time we talked, you were telling me you were already late. So don't. It's not on me, and I buried it the whole fucking week.
Yeah, I'm late, and then I put my guitar and my bag and everything else was out the door.
I buried it. Your wife didn't take more than 5 seconds, more than 10 minutes of your time in all those mornings. And I understood you had something very important going on, and I wanted to support you, but I was dying on the inside, dying. I have never felt so depressed about our situation ever. I have had resolve before. I have walked away from you when you're drunk and fucked up and the things that are like, but Toronto was like the plane that the plane where you kicked me. It was so bad and so unprovoked.
Wait.
Sorry.
The plane when I kicked you. Can't just reference it like with the plane that I kicked you.
You know which one I'm talking about, right? Like the one from a long time ago.
It's on the tape recorder. If you're going to say that I kicked you, you'll say everything else you did.
On the plane that I'm talking about is the plane from Boston. I did nothing to you. I mean, everyone can attest. Everyone will back that up. I did nothing to you that time. You were fucked up. You're real fucked. I'm talking about the long time ago. That was the only time in my relationship with you. Remember, I went back to New York that I felt so unsure about us. It was after Toronto. And I sat on that all week and cried every fucking day.
It was after Toronto. When? This Toronto? I didn't kick you on the fucking plane.
I know. I said that was the only other time in our relationship
that
I felt like this. And I'm sorry I took a few minutes of your time in Toronto, in LA when you were getting ready for rehearsals, but I was trying desperately to figure out if I could recover, if there could be love gained that had been murdered. I couldn't. It was a
I understand that.
tough week.
I'm going through the same exact fucking thing.
You have certainly not gone through this. I have certainly never looked at you and said some of these things to you. I have
Don't say that.
never told you I didn't love you.
You should.
I didn't know. I've never told you I was falling out of love with you. I never told you. And also, we've made promises. Never mind, you'll just defend yourself. And me pointing out some of the things you did is
defending myself.
It just bounces right back at me.
Baby, I'm not defending myself. You wanted me to say when I feel something, when I feel that I want to say something to you, that it was okay. That's the promise you gave me a little while ago. I'm telling you, if you lost memory last night of kicking me out the door with the fucker hitting me,
again,
and
sorry.
and your memory is gone from you kicking the bathroom door and hitting me in the skull as I was bent down.
I am
Wait,
sorry.
if you have those memory fucking divots.
I was upset. There was a lot going on, and I was on an Ambien. Like, why are you obsessing over the fact that I can't remember it the way you remembered it? I said I was sorry. I didn't deny it.
That. I'm not talking about that. What I want to get to is that you say to me, fucking unquestionably, like impenetrably, you never said, I don't want to fucking be with you. I'm not in love with you anymore.
I'm falling out of love with you. Falling out of love with you.
It was dark, man. It was a dark moment.
I let it go. I meant it. My mom said I've got to fucking forgive you or not, and I got to forgive you. If I want to be with you, I've got to forgive you.
I've got to forgive you if I want to be with you.
Yes, it's not solo. I'm just saying what I made a choice to let it go and to forgive you, and I meant it. And I'm sorry that it's coming up now. It really should not come up. It really should not be something that we keep using in fights. It doesn't help us. It doesn't help our standing to point out how fucked. It doesn't do anything but cause the other one to retreat and defend. So I'm sorry.
If you listen to your tape back, it'd be you that brings up the Toronto shit.
You're right.
More than me.
I brought it up, and I'm sorry. That's why I'm saying this. I was trying to defend myself from this whole thing about, like, me taking your time on what you were rehearsing, and I took no time and suffered by myself and really sat on that and didn't. It wasn't right. You asked me every morning what the fuck is going on, and I wasn't right. It wasn't okay. It was not okay. And we talked about it on Whitney's birthday that night. And you promised never to go there again. Is my memory okay now? I mean, so far. Is that wrong?
No, yeah, as far as Whitney's party and I promised never to go there again and all that shit. Yeah, we did. But
Alright, so
time things, but
look, you see it differently. I felt like I took 5 minutes of your time, and you felt like I took 3 minutes, and it's probably somewhere in between, to be honest. Okay, so we're obsessing over it. It's pointless. It's fighting for nothing. You gotta be able to hear what I need, and when you do something wrong, it cannot be impossible ever to say to you, you gotta be responsible. I hold you responsible, and I know no one else does.
That affects you in the wrong way.
We have to live together.
Yes.
Everyone else gets to go home.
First time you said we.
Pardon?
It's practically the first time that you've said we.
Okay. We have to live together. And I have said we a lot, by the way, in this conversation. We have to live together, and we both have quirks and corners. Maybe you remember me saying this earlier. We both have shit that we need to, puzzle pieces that we need to curve out to fit with the other, to fit in a life with someone. And sometimes we fit perfectly. Sometimes I think we get hurt and don't know what to do with it. We don't have an outlet for it. We're still holding on to it and not admitting we're holding on to it. We still kind of hate the other one for the things they've said to you, you know? It's just... And we don't let it go. And then it comes up, a fight comes up, instigated by the same patterns, you know? Me getting mad at you about something and you getting mad at me about something. And then all the shit comes out from all the fights. Why can't we just, like, be humble enough to say, oh shit, I'm sorry, when we fuck up? Why is it like this?
I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, I'd love to be. If I'm not being that, I would love to be.
It takes humility, and I know I'm the only person that, like, holds you accountable, really, in your life in an overt way. But if you're late or you fuck off and you ignore me and I'm waiting on you, it's rude and it makes me feel bad, and I have to be able to say it. And yesterday, I'm really sorry for how I reacted, but that was it, me not knowing how to fucking have a normal fight with, like, that could have been normal. It's like, that's normal, no? Couple, like a normal couple thing. It could have been small, like you said earlier.
But it could have been 2 seconds.
Yes, but me not imagining that you could give it that or allow it to be made me... I took an Ambien so I'd fall asleep before I'd be touched by you and have to fucking confront it. I tried to, you know, read and calm down. I tried to not talk about it because I just could not imagine it working, where you could just hear it and say, I'm sorry, and also know that that's an issue you have. I couldn't imagine it. And so it came out really bad. It came out poorly. I handled it poorly. By the time we talked, I was already seething.
Yeah.
And then I reacted like a person that has been hurt over many, many fights and holding on to probably some things without knowing it. And I reacted because I thought, fuck it. I don't want Toronto. I don't want to be the person that sits there and says, I love you, while someone's looking at you in the eye and telling you that no one likes you and that they don't like you anymore and they don't love you and you're ugly and all this shit. I didn't want to be the one that did that. I didn't want to take the high road. And I want us to both, look, I feel like one of us can't do it. We need to both do it. Otherwise, one of us is just getting fucking hurt. Like, Toronto is a fucking punching bag. I just heard every mean thing, and all I was doing was saying, stop. And I got so fucked up.
I understand. I mean,
I don't want to
Toronto to you was the plane ride to me. You know? And you're not going to unhear that shit. You can forgive me for it if you can. But you'll never unhear that. And I'll never unhear the shit I heard. So, ultimately, is that shit important? No. In the big picture. We should be bigger now. We should find a way. And we do both need work. I'm not saying I don't. Both need to work on it.
So there's no accountability, no stability, no rules, and we got married for that reason. We got married so we'd have, like, stability. So the fucking relationship wasn't on the line every time.
Look, I didn't kick you out of bed last night.
I did. I'm sorry for it.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do know what you're saying, but it doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's the result of conditioning of fights over and over again that do things that make us react in the way we react.
Indeed.
So, where do we stop? Where do we stop it?
Go see a counselor.
Do you imagine your life without me? Could you?
I mean, no, of course not. Why would I manage you? No, I love you. I told you that. The first second you came in, you said you love me, and I said I love you. Because I do. But it can't go on this way. Not for you. Not for you.
I agree.
Not for me. It can't go on this way.
I agree. I agree.
Because it's just going to build and build and build. And if there's any more physical violence, that's it.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
So I'll check on counselors, man. Let's see somebody. If that's what needs to be done, I'll do it.
I just don't know if you... I want to talk to that Amy person, but I'm worried that you don't control yourself, and when you get mad, you just take off. And I'm worried that on Skype, it's not like we're going to be in a room and you're just going to fucking walk away. If you don't like it.
It's not about me liking, these horrible truths. I don't like them now. And I'm not walking away.
Mm-hmm. True.
What I'm concerned with is the truth. There's no fucking way that if you change a story, or if I change a story, there's no point in us seeing the fucking straight.
Yeah. There is no... I see someone regularly. No one knows that better than me. There is no point in lying to a therapist or to a counselor or whatever. You know, you have it in your mind that, like, I'll go to Calvin just to hear myself, to get validation. It's the opposite of what I do. What I value in people, and why I don't want people around me that need me more than I need them, or that work for me. I had this breakdown like before I even met you about realizing that everyone around me was in some sort of need, and I wasn't being able to get honest feedback. And now I'm aside from Whitney, which is different. Whitney never holds back. Anyway, but that's part of why I value having people around me that are going to be honest with me and that don't need me. That's how you get something from someone. That there's nothing, that's the value. That's the goal. Is if people can hold you accountable. People can hold up the mirror. People can be honest with you. And if I feel not safe enough to do that because I don't know what you're going to do, you're going to take off and run and not... It's going to be really hard to sit there and get something from a counselor when I feel like I can actually...
You can't predict the future.
No, I can't. No, I can't. But we need help, and if we don't change, we won't survive. And I love you, and I want my life with you. But I know we both get mad, we both lose our shit. But there has to be some sort of thing that you follow, some rules, some guidelines. Both of us. Both of us. You know?
I don't disagree at all.
Promises. I feel like really want you to keep your promises.
I don't.
Huh?
I mean, I keep my promises. Maybe I'm late, maybe I'm flaky, maybe whatever.
I'm not talking about that.
What promises?
Just want you to keep your promises. So if we say...
I want you to keep your promises too.
I know you do. I know you do. We need help, and we have to promise each other to do this. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I just think that we could use some things like that.
I promise you this. If we go to a therapist, couples therapist, or marriage, whatever, counselor, we go there. I promise you absolute unabashed, straight up honesty. And please, because you gotta be fucking really strong to do it and not let the ego edit you. Please be 1,000% honest. I don't care what it's about.
I will be.
Please.
That's easy. It's easy to be honest. And I'm very honest. I know you don't have a lot of people around you that confront you, ever. But you and I are two different human beings. Different consciences. Right? So, you are going to remember something different than me. And I can insult you and insult your character by calling you a pussy. Because you don't conform to saying it my way. So you must be a liar. That just makes you feel bad.
I was a pussy. There was also I fucking pussy. I was a pussy because I didn't take care of the fucking Arab who tried to touch you in the fucking elevator.
Tried?
You told me he didn't touch you in the fucking...
Yes, I told you he touched me. I told you he grabbed me. I told you he tried to kiss me. I told you he kissed me all over my hands and arms and head. And he grabbed me and grabbed my arm and tried... That's significantly touching you. Grabbed my waist, my stomach. I mean, that's touching you. And I told you that. That's honest. That's honest.
I didn't know it was all to that degree.
I did tell you that.
Okay, all right. Don't freak out.
But you remember different things, so that's different. I don't have to call you a liar.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I went through all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I get shit for being called. No. I mean, calling you a pussy. Yeah, you call me a liar all the time.
Can I finish my sentence? I went through all kinds of shit to try to find that motherfucker.
Good.
I went back to his fucking room.
Good.
I got his fucking name. I know how to find him if need be.
Okay, cool.
But you said that I fucking...
Did I...
Didn't take care of it because I was a fucking pussy and a liar and all this and that.
I called you the name that you were calling me. You were calling me a liar, and I called it right back to you. And I did call you pussy, and I said I was sorry for calling you pussy. I called you one name. For every time you heard pussy, I heard every time you heard that, I heard 15 insults. From whore to liar.
Weak.
You from whore to liar.
Coward.
I did not call you in Toronto. I did not call you. No, I did not. I did not call you a coward.
You have the tapes. Let's listen.
Yes, I will. I did not call you that in Toronto. I have called you that before, but for everything, every time you heard pussy, which you're so obsessed that you got called, and I'm so sorry. That must be so tough that you got called that one name. I heard 1,000. So it makes me a little,
1,000's probably...
Annoyed.
Don't you think that's probably a little bit of an
to say the
exaggeration?
least. Annoyed, to say the least.
Is 1,000
to hear you
exaggerating?
continue to complain about being called that one name when you called me roughly 50.
50.
Yes. So being honest, stop. It's annoying me.
It's annoying me.
It's terribly annoying. You got called one thing.
This is called honesty.
Called me a liar.
And you are getting taken defense. How's that going to be with a marriage counselor? You worried about me walking away?
What do you mean?
What you're doing?
I'm sorry if I'm getting angry. Sorry.
You want to try?
Did I not just say sorry for getting angry? That's trying, and you know it.
You've said sorry 15 times now.
You want to insult me for saying sorry. You use it against me in every fight when I do. And yet, then you also say I don't do anything wrong, and I can't be wrong. Yet, you don't think that's a little counterproductive to yell both things at me? To insult me with both things? You want to insult me for saying sorry now too much? Well, I thought if we're talking to each other and we're being honest and trying to be humble, I thought that's kind of like a good thing to do if you feel it, to be taking care of the other person. I'm trying to take care of your feelings by saying sorry. That's care.
And
you're not.
In an aggressive way.
No, I did not say sorry in an aggressive way. That's not true.
What led up to it?
I don't know what led up to it. But I did.
We just had.
I said sorry, and I meant it, and then you wanted to use it against me, and then rub my nose in it, which is something you do all the time.
No.
Would you like to end our conversation now, because it's clearly not going anywhere?
If you want to end the conversation, end the conversation. Here's what I'm saying.
What?
Sorry, when you hear it all the time.
Then I won't say it anymore.
Sorry becomes, it almost has no meaning.
Alright, then I won't say it anymore.
And you're being defensive. You're picking up things to fucking hit back with in your own way right now. So what are you gonna be like with the cancer? Is it like is that a dream? Am I dreaming, or is that just something that you'd like to do, but you worry about me running away, but yet you're the one who gets heated up.
We both get heated.
I was not heated just now.
No, you weren't just now.
I don't think I've been heated the majority of this conversation.
Oh, good.
I don't want that. If you love me, I'll try. If I love you, I'll try. I mean, if you love me, you'll try. And if I love you, I'll try. That's about the most we can give them.
Yeah, let's just see what happens.
You can be fatalistic about it if you want. That's also...
I didn't mean to be. I just feel stupid for trying to be earnest. It's like anytime I am, it's like you're a fucking animal. You know, like you fucking smell weakness. And as soon as I am humble or earnest and go, okay, I'm sorry or whatever, that's when you get fucking, you get something from it. And then you start going mean, and then you start saying insulting things, and then you start, really not, you can't resist rubbing someone's nose in it once they say, sorry I did that. You just you can't, it's like a scab. You can't help but pick. You gotta it's like you get something from it. So, I won't say sorry anymore. I won't be earnest anymore. I was trying to be humble. I thought it would work for us because ego, pompous fucking attitudes don't really work so well for us. So I was actually trying to say, sorry, you're right. Sorry, I was wrong. Sorry. What do I get for it?
All I said was sorry becomes just a go-to sort of thing to fix, to patch it up, to band-aid it.
Heavens forbid I try to band-aid this.
That it becomes almost meaningless.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, it seems really meaningless to try and fix something that's broken. That's really meaningless, huh? Heavens forbid I try to fix it.
Saying absolutely.
Who says I don't mean them? Only you. Only you. So you know how I feel, how I think. You know better. And you want to tell me you're trying to be earnest and humble? Are you trying at all to be earnest and humble and real and earnest? Have you ever tried that? In a fight when you're hurt? When you're angry? Have you ever just tried to be stronger than that shit and just be earnest?
What do you think I've been doing? Insulting you? Is that insulting?
Heavens forbid I try to put a band-aid. Don't you fucking give me shit about saying sorry. As if that's a bad thing. As if band-aids are a bad fucking thing. You know what we need? We need that. We need humility. We need fucking humility. We need to be able to say sorry to each other.
Let me tell you something. If you remember, well, it couldn't have been even 2 weeks ago. We had a talk where I said to you, listen, I feel like I keep saying I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry for everything. I've been saying that since I was a kid, just to fucking get through this shit. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Even sometimes if you don't feel like you did anything wrong, you just say, I'm sorry, to fucking quash it, to quell it. You know? So, I'm not, you know, haranguing you or fucking attacking you. I'm just explaining to you, to me, from my perspective, it's not just your sorries, it's my sorries too, because they happen a lot, because we fight a lot. So if it's always just, I'm sorry. You know, I love you can be said easily with the mouth, but you gotta know you gotta see what's happening inside. You gotta be able to look into those eyes. You gotta be able to feel it. But that's all I'm saying. I was not attacking you. As a matter of fact, look, that's for both of us. That's for both of us. So I won't have to say I'm sorry if I feel like I didn't do anything. And I won't have to say I'm sorry all the time because...
Then don't.
Huh?
Then don't. Don't say you're sorry. That's what we need. We need a real grown-up relationship where we don't have to say sorry to each other when we hurt the other. That's going to fix this. Out of all the fucking things you take from this, what you really walk away with is that...
No. Listen to me, please. What I'm saying is, I'm sorry, it doesn't need to be tossed around like it's the only thing that's going to get us out of this. That's not going to
Who said it was the only thing that would get us out of this? Who said it's as simple as a sorry? Who said that's all we're going to do?
I think we have to be honest. The sorry can come later. Explain yourself. I'll explain myself and say, look, I feel fucked over about this, or I feel bummed about this. You say, look, that was really rude, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then
you'll freak out.
You're predicting the future.
You're right. Last night, I couldn't have said anything. I wish I could. Impossible. You would have fucking attacked me. You would have fucking defended it, attacked me. The only thing that really, you would never have thought, that is kind of shitty of me. No one holds you accountable. You don't hold yourself accountable. You never, ever do. You want to complain about having said sorry too much, yet I actually feel like you attack more than you say sorry, and if you ever have to say sorry, you fucking lose it. I don't know what this obsession is about not saying sorry, but if this is your ego talking, then protect your ego. Be with yourself. But that just seems like ego to me.
You missed my point. Altogether.
What would have really been great yesterday is a sorry. And so if your big point is that we shouldn't have to say it and we shouldn't say it, it's like, how's that going to help us? Yesterday, you would have never thought, I'm really sorry. But yet, if you had actually tried to change how you saw, change your perspective and thought, I want to take care of this person and not this person. If you thought that, you would have said sorry. You might not have had the instinct to think that I was right. But now, in retrospect, you know that I was right. You know that I had the right, that it was fair.
I walked into the room saying, goddamn fucking Isaac, man.
It's not sorry. There's a difference.
Was I being aggressive with it?
There's a difference. It's not a sorry. There's a difference. One cares for me. The other is you.
What I'm saying is...
If we need less of that in our relationship, then you and I are totally talking different languages, and this is a waste.
No, I'm sorry is an after-the-fact thing. Explain ourselves honestly and to the point without freaking out And then I understand more of what you're really upset about. And then I could say, fuck, I'm sorry. Now I really understand. But had I said sorry last night, you weren't gonna. I mean, I bet fucking dollars to donuts. You weren't gonna turn around and say, "Oh, it's okay, baby, I understand." For sure not. I'm saying if I was at the track, I'd be putting all my money on that.
Okay. But you should try it once. You don't ever act like you're humble. You're always defensive. You're always
What did you say
on the
about me earlier? You said I was the most
kind-hearted ever.
Caring.
That's if you're not wrong. If you haven't done something wrong. You have this bad boy complex, like a mom bad boy complex. As soon as you feel like you fucked up, I've never seen anything like it.
You can include the dad in that too, because he got me pretty good as well.
It's like this allergy to doing anything wrong. If you were seen in a bad light, and I'm not even saying you're a bad boy. I'm not saying.
Wrong. Just be fucked with it.
Yeah, but I'm not fucking with you by saying, hey man, I've been waiting for you. It's been a long time, and you could have just let me know, could have texted me, whatever. That's not being fucked with. But you see it that way. That's the real issue. That's a big picture issue.
That is not the way he was approached by you last night. It wasn't.
I didn't approach it last night like that because I can't approach it. If I ever say these things to you, you immediately, like this is what I'm talking about, you go into this ego-driven, protect your own self, defend yourself. I didn't do anything wrong. Fuck you. I'm tired of being wrong all the time. I hate this, kind of thing.
And that's what you were doing as well.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you were doing as well. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's true.
All right.
It's fucking true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were protecting your ego because you didn't want to say nothing.
I was. I actually was protecting my ego. I told you why. I told you why I did that way. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to internalize it and be fucked over and try to fall asleep desperately because force yourself to sleep so you don't confront the person you're supposed to be friends with for fear of knowledge of them not actually saying, I care about you, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. They're not giving a fuck about your feelings and only caring about themselves and whether they're right or wrong. Whether they're right, specifically, not a bad boy, they're not a fuck up, so they can't do anything wrong. How dare you fucking criticize me?
It's always like that.
I can't ever. You want honesty, but then when I'm honest with you and say, like, what? We're going to a party now? Why didn't you tell me? That's fucking rude. I can't be mad. I can't get mad at you. You can't do anything wrong. I mean, it's just...
I'd like to feel the way you do. I am. I am truly sorry. Because clearly I've had some to do with it. Made you mad. I'm sorry for that. as if normal, sure. What would you like to do?
Honestly, what I want is security, safety. I want some boundaries. I want them back. The ones I've destroyed and the ones you've destroyed, the ones we've destroyed. I want trust. I want to know that the marriage is sacred. I want a few things, you know. And I want to make promises to the other. I want promises because I need the safety. I need security. I need the safety back. I used to feel so safe with you. You know, we've gone through phases and sometimes I feel so safe. You know, it's like what you wrote in that song. You have stripped me down and shaved my head, and I've done the same probably to you, you would say. Right? And now we're both here, and I want some of the safety back. I want to make a commitment again. I want to honor it, and I want to have a reason to honor it, you know? Like, there's no point in honoring it if you think the other one's just gonna fucking take off, throw their ring at you, you know? There's no point in keeping a boundary if you think you're gonna be hit or if they're gonna just fucking run. You know, either way. For this to work, I want us to make promises and keep them to each other. And I want to get help to know how we fight. I mean, to get help fighting. I think it's always bigger issues, and we don't have the ability to bring it up safely to the other. I want you to always be honest with me. I want you to always be honest with me. And I want to be able to take criticism and help make myself be somebody that fits in your life the same way as I want you to want to fit in my life. You know, what I was saying in Brazil about coming back for the test is just, I want to be as important to you as you are to me, and sometimes it's inconvenient to fly when you want to leave. So I don't like flying in the middle of the night, but I do it, you know? Sometimes it's inconvenient. I'm missing work or I'm missing this. I mean, look at me. I haven't worked since February. Depressed towards, but I don't know.
5 movies coming out or something.
No, I have just one. Danish Girl. The thing is, it's inconvenient, but I do it because I love you and I want to do it. I want to make my life fit into yours. What I was saying on the plane was just that, hey, can you motivate to make this not stressful for me? And that didn't happen. And then when the plane was 2.5 hours late, which was out of your control, and when the car was 2 hours late, out of your control, it really, I barely got there in time and didn't have time to shower, do any of the things that were comfortable, that I needed to feel comfortable and okay and calm and safe. I didn't have that.
I got you a hotel.
But those two, yes, you did, and you helped me with my lines. And in that last day, you were wonderful. Once we were on the plane, you were so supportive. The problem is, it would have meant a lot to me to have had an hour shaved off the time we spent in the party or whatever. I didn't want to take the event from you. I didn't want to take the after party from you. I have been 100% on your arm and at your side, but I just wanted a little compromise. A little, okay, look, it's annoying, but let's go a little earlier, whatever. And you did end up coming through, but it was so late. It was too late. Like, we literally left. We didn't leave any time for fuck-ups, like out of our control fuck-ups. We didn't leave time for that. And all I was saying was, it wasn't a criticism. It wasn't even a thing. I was saying, I just want to know that that's not like a reflection of me being not important. It's insecurity. I even blamed it on me. I said it's insecurity, but I want to know. Sorry, I'm talking about a specific fight. God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to get help and learn how to fight about these things so we're not fighting the same shit over and over again.
Yeah.
And I want us to make promises
Yeah.
to each other that we keep, boundaries that we keep.
You don't.
If you don't
Look,
want
I
that-
didn't say divorce last night.
No, you didn't.
I did not say divorce.
No, you
last
did
night.
not.
You said divorce last night.
I said breakup, yeah.
No, you said divorce. You actually said the word divorce. I'm sorry.
So
I just want to be
I don't
honest.
remember. I'm not being dishonest.
No,
that's where you need to slow down. You don't have to attack my character just because I didn't remember one word.
I was not attacking your character.
Insinuating I'm not honest is an insult to my character.
No. I said, I'm sorry. I just want to be honest. You didn't remember saying that. I'm not saying you're a liar. You said you
So
said.
what does honesty have to do with it? Why you're insinuating I'm not being honest? I want you to be. Oh, you mean being honest with me?
I said, yeah.
Okay.
I want to be honest.
Okay. I want you to be honest.
And I want to be honest with the fucking shrink if we see one.
If you want to do this marriage thing, if you want to make this work, if you want me in your life, then we do. We have to see somebody. We have to get help.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I absolutely agree. But you do have to see. Like, all I was saying is I want to be honest. And then you jumped and said, I'm calling you dishonest. That was not the case.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
I get it. I'm glad you explained. It sounded like you were insinuating I wasn't. Thank you for explaining.
Sure. That's how the shit starts, you know? If I did that to you or you did that to me.
Well, that did happen, and we handled it. Okay.
Yeah, of course, we got through. We've gotten through worse. We have gotten through worse where they were about to start and fucking get crazy and we talked ourselves down. I don't want anything but that with us. I want your friendship. I want us to be happy. I want us to love each other at all times. Of course there's going to be fights here and there, but we don't ever need to go where we've gone. Again, we really just don't. And I'd love to put everything behind us and just start out fresh, new. As better people, as more understanding people, so that we do have a shot at making it and staying together.
Yeah, do you want anything?
No, I'm good, thank you.
the water if you want.
Called out to Kipper, asking about someone.
I have someone that we could talk to, that I reached out to.
It's someone you've been to before?
No, never met her.
Cool.
Just somebody that came recommended, and then we could also take suggestions from Kipper, but there's also that Amy Banks lady who wrote the most dynamic book on the chemical workings of the brain and how it affects people in relationships. Yes, but it's not here.
It might be. I don't know.
I'm not talking about the book.
Oh. What?
I'm saying your reservations about her are because she's...
Oh, not necessarily reservations. I didn't get the feeling that she was interested in doing that when I spoke to her.
No, she absolutely...
It seemed like she wanted to speak to us separately.
She wanted to get to know us. She asked specifically, do you want this to be...
Well, then let's lose her. Let's get her fucking...
We need somebody in person, I think. So, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, you think we need someone in person?
Don't you?
I would think so, yeah. But I mean, that lady's, she's Amy Banks, and we both trust her. You've read her book. If we get we could have, Skype or whatever with her on a fucking screen like that, it wouldn't be so bad. When you're doing it on a tiny computer screen, it can be a little, distracting.
Go over here to tell you I loved you.
Sorry?
Came here to tell you I love you.
I love you too. I love you too. love you more than anything in the world. And you know, I told you this, you know. The last fucking thing that I want to do in this world is to let a woman down. And especially if it feels to me like I do all the time. It's a horrible feeling.
I'm sorry you feel horrible all the time.
I don't feel horrible all the time.
Don't.
Did I just say that?
Well, you said it. You feel like it all the time. That you fuck up all the time.
Sorry. Okay. Let's take that all the time. I'm sorry. The last thing I want to do is let you down, ever. And it just seems like I do more than...
More what?
More than should be normal, I think.
You just can't be, like, wrong or normally, like, can't do anything. I can't tell you. We're two people trying to fit together. Our lives are trying to fit together. And if you do something and you don't ever change it, like being fucking in your own world and then not realizing because you're absent-minded that 2 hours have passed and someone's waiting on you, that shit is something you do it very often. And if you never change it, of course I'm going to say to you, it still bothers me. Because you still do it. But yet, if I don't say anything, I'm fucked. If I do say something, I'm fucked. I'm a bad guy, and you're feeling bad. And yet, you can't just say, I'm sorry, because then your ego doesn't allow it, or because it doesn't protect you. But that could be normal. You say it happens more than normal. Normal is being two people that allow each other that.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
I was only saying it leading in, because I'm sorry, it can sometimes take away from the words that come after, and that sorry can start to be just a mantra that you hear. I don't want to be like that with you.
Nor do I. I want honesty. And if you cannot actually put yourself in someone else's shoes, even though your inability to do so is ruining your marriage, then I don't know what we'll do. If you can't look at this and say, how would I feel if I were her, ever, we will keep having this. But you won't be sorry. You'll just feel like you're obligated to say it. But if you put yourself in my shoes last night, you would have felt bad. If we switched places, and you didn't automatically in your brain go, well, she does that, just to deflect and bounce off the blame. If you actually put yourself in my shoes, you would understand. And you wouldn't be forced to say sorry. You would be like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be that. That would suck. We need to fix it.
You just sat here and threw all the blame on me.
No, I did not mean to.
You're going to listen to the tape.
I'm sorry that it... Oh, I can't say sorry.
You can say you're sorry.
I don't feel like I can.
Of course you can. Just please explain this. Explain that.
I went there because I was feeling like criticized for having the gall to be upset with you more than once. It's like, I keep telling you, it's the same thing. You just don't change it or address it, so it does come up, yes. but it's not a character flaw. It's not like I'm like, I don't like you. I'm just saying, hey, that was rude, or that made me mad, or that made me sad, or whatever. And I don't feel like you're saying to me ever in our life, yeah, I can imagine if I were you, I'm sorry. Or whatever it is. Not sorry, but, understanding, the humility, humble, the earnest caring about me.
I said all that today. I said all of it today.
I hate that we've been fighting today, and I hate fighting with you ever. I want to stop. I want to get better, and we need to be able to have problems, though, in our life. Like, we're not going to be perfect.
Of course, but
I've said this 1,000 times to you. Let's allow each other to fuck up. Let's allow each other to, like, be human and say sorry and move on and underhear the other one without trying to jump.
Let's also let the other person be the other person that are.
I'm not preventing you from being who you are when I am honest with you, which is what you say you want, which is that affects me when you just fuck off for this long and don't even text. That affected me. And yet now you want to make it like I'm trying to prevent you from being who you are. If I did that shit, you would be hurt.
I'm not. I didn't say that you were guilty of it as well. Or, I mean, that I was guilty of it as well. Those kind of things. It's not going to do us any favors, that shit.
What shit?
To get out of each other's cages and not.
Baby, be present. You're not. That's not. I was talking about something. Can you please respond to that? Please.
What did I say wrong?
It's not wrong. Can you please respond to what I'm saying?
Maybe I missed the question. Give me the question again.
Every time we say to each other, we're going to allow each other this. We're going to allow each other to fuck up. We're going to, be human. And you said, well, and just like maybe allow each other, not allow the other one to be themselves. And I said, wait a second. Come on. If we're talking about last night, I did not prevent you. Me making a request of you or being honest with you about how I felt is not preventing you from being who you are. It's not. That is you shirking responsibility for having done something that's not really cool. It wasn't a big deal, and it could have been not a big deal at all. But you fundamentally just it's like you can't take any responsibility, and it's like, why can't you just say, or why can't you actually imagine how you would feel if the table were turned and you were in the other person's. That's what we need. We don't need this fucking rule of you can't say sorry or you have to say sorry a certain way and it's too over you. We need sorry. We need humility. We need love. We need to care about the other person more than our fucking selves.
I don't disagree. Again, the sorry thing was more about being able to say how you feel before saying, I'm sorry. Let me say what I feel. Let me hear what you feel. And if I'm wrong and if I've been a dick, I am sorry. But I'm sorry shouldn't be just the go-to thing before we explain ourselves.
I can't rely on you going and actually realizing that you're sorry. You won't ever think you're responsible. I know your personality, and you'll never think you're responsible. You'll automatically throw the blame. So if the rule is,
remember, you do know that that's what you do.
Yet I say sorry all the time. That's weird.
So do I.
No, you don't.
I had to talk with you about felt like I was saying it too much. We had to talk about it.
I feel like that since you were a kid, hasn't it?
Yes, that's where I got the shit from. But in my lifetime, my life before you, that was not the fucking case, I'm only saying that the truth of what we feel is more important to hear from each other, and I'm sorry. Unless you're just coming into the thing and saying, look, I'm sorry, this is how I felt, I was wrong, bang,
Do you actually think you'll be able to, do you actually think you'll ever be able to, in the moment, when someone says to you, you did something that affects me negatively, do you actually think that you'll be able to transcend your immediate impulse to just fight back and the impulse, your immediate impulse that you've had since you were a kid, you say? You really think you can transcend that and then go and actually listen to me, for instance, say how I feel? Do you actually, do you think that?
Yeah. But you don't believe me, so.
I would love that to happen, and I think if you can do that, I would do it.
Okay.
I would love it if, Can't keep fighting about the same shit. I'm so sick of revisiting every fight we've ever had. I think you're right. I think we gotta move forward and start over. Are you okay? Yeah. But you gotta be able to let it go too.
Yeah.
With the safety back.
Can you see me as your man? Can you see me as your friend?
What?
If you mistrust a lot of what my reactions are going to be, do you love me as a man? Do you love me as your husband, as the man who signed up to spend the rest of his life with you? It just doesn't sound like you trust me very well, and that my reactions are going to be fucked up, and that I've never said I'm sorry to you.
I didn't say you never said it.
Okay, that I don't say I'm sorry to you.
I certainly don't think you'll say sorry to me like you think you will. I don't think you'll mean it. Because I don't think you'll say it unless you mean it. I don't think you'll mean it. And then I think sometimes you say sorry and you don't mean it, as you admitted to me earlier in a different fight, of course. And that made me feel like you're dishonest, so I don't want that either. So I don't know what the fuck. Because I certainly don't think that you'll be able to see if God forbid, if I get upset with you for something. If I get hurt. If you do something that hurts me, because you're just not thinking or whatever it is, God forbid if I have to deal with it. I don't know what I'll do. I don't know how to say it to you. You won't be okay. The first thing you're going to do is be defensive, and I'm not trying to predict the future, I'm not trying to be discouraging, but I don't know what the fuck is gonna change. You know, I came over here to say, what are we gonna fucking do different? And I just feel like
Feel like what?
I don't know.
And that's something you have to think about.
I came over here, and do you remember how I started this conversation? Do you remember me telling you I loved you?
Yes.
Do you remember me telling you were my man?
Yes.
And that I can't imagine my life without you?
Yes. Do you remember me saying it back?
Yes, when I asked you about living your life with me, you said yes.
Yeah.
It took a while, and you kind of begrudgingly said yes.
I gave you a weird look, like a kind of, why?
Yeah.
Why would I fucking marry you?
Yes.
I love you deeply, I love you passionately, I love you in every fucking way, and it hurts to feel like I'm letting you down, because I don't want to do that, and I know it hurts when we get in a big one and I start calling you names and you start calling me names, and you know, and one of them, it was me doing more than name calling.
Not one of them.
So the only fucking reason to ever think about any of the fights again is as a reminder, and that's it. I really wish we could get there. I do. I'm sorry for last night. I'm sorry that I was at Isaac's for so long. I fucking couldn't get out.
It could have just been so simple. You know? Small.
Totally.
I have the right to get mad at you.
You of course you do.
It's gonna happen. I'm a human, you're a human, we live together. I'm a woman, I'm your woman. I'm going to get mad at you. I'm telling you now. I'm going to get mad at you. There are gonna be things it's like you use it as an excuse to say you fucking, you know, that you're in a bad situation and you can't do it anymore, and you can't always let me down, and you make it this grandiose thing, like this big negative grandiose thing where if I say one thing to you, it's like you become always letting me down, and you can't be in this situation where you're always letting me down. It's not fair to me. It makes me so I can't say we can't have normal interactions, like normal fights, normal problems. I want you to be able to do the same with me without me freaking out thinking this is it, you know? Which is where my head, you know, like went yesterday.
Yeah, of course. In those situations, it's pretty easy. How your head filled with that shit. Just think that we can try with a counselor, whether you want to do this lady that's in town or whoever it is. I'm in. If you want to do, what's her face with the book? Amy, whatever her name is. Banks. We'll do it with her. If you want, whatever. I'm prepared. I don't want to be unhappy, no more than you do. So why shouldn't we try to fix it?
We need boundaries.
I agree. And remember when we were talking and I said, you know what we should do? Write down on a piece of paper our things. Kind of beefs with each other there.
Sorry, excuse me.
Some paper.
Yes. No?
Nope, it's down here.
Sorry, I didn't pull it out.
Should be nothing. It's right on this. Here's it. Okay.
I don't want to write any more together.
I'll keep it on. Be right there. Here we hold it. So what do you... I mean, you can do the list all right now. That's what you want.
No. This has to be off limits. Divorce. That's on my list. You can never, ever throw it around. That's on my list. I'm not saying you... I'm not saying you did. I'm saying that's on my list. Okay. And it's one I fucked up last night. So, this is... I'm being impartial here.
Okay, cool.
That is a must for me.
I don't want a divorce.
Yeah, but I want to feel safe. I want to feel safe. I fucking don't feel it. I don't feel safe. I'm looking at fucking apartments half the time. I mean, like, not half the time. I don't want to do that. I'm married.
I wish you would have told me.
I couldn't talk to you. You were busy. You were going to rehearsals, and every time I tried to talk to you a little bit, we didn't have enough time. Every time I spoke to you in that whole week, you were rushing out. Never did you have time. And I even said this to you.
I was there right after rehearsals.
Please don't argue with me. I promise you that I'm not lying when I say this. I even said this to you. I said, I feel like the last thing you have time for is me. I just want a little time. 10 minutes. Whatever. And it didn't have time. And then when I finally talked to you, which I carried it around all week, and when I finally talked to you, I said this to you. Remember when we talked that night? Whitney's birthday?
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to go yet.
That night that we had that talk, and you apologized.
Yeah.
We got married so that there would be safety, so that there was a foundation. And it's all fucking pointless. I'd rather take off my ring now and fucking live my life and just see how it goes than to continue in this fucking forced thing where we every single time go, I don't want this anymore. It's like every time it gets hard. We didn't write vows. We didn't, get around to doing the important shit, which is like, fucking fighting for the wedding I fucking made happen. No, we didn't do that. We didn't say to each other, up and down, low and high, tough and easy, both. We didn't say that to each other, but we need to. It's got to be sacred. There's no point in being married. I don't get anything from this. You don't get anything from this. Why? Safety for the foundation for the home. We burn it to the ground every time we fight. And I know you didn't do it this time.
I just don't.
Do you not agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's not nice to hear you say, I'll just take my ring off right now and take my chances out there, rather than go through this shit.
No, I meant instead of go through up, and I didn't mean it like that. I see why it came across that way. I'm sorry. I did not mean that. I did not mean it the way it came out of my mouth like that. I didn't mean that. I meant what I meant was I'd rather both of us cut our losses, cut ties, instead of it being the thing that we always fucking go to whenever it gets hard. That's what I meant.
I agree. Yeah, no. It shouldn't be that. And when I bring that up, that's the fucking child, fucking shithead ego, that doesn't want to fucking... He's a dick. I don't want a divorce. But I do understand that if we're unable to do this and it just keeps on like it's going, I really don't know what else. I don't know what else we can do.
Then maybe you're the one who needs to think about it.
No. I want us to work.
Yeah, but you want it to be easy. You want it to just work, and if it doesn't work out like this, then I guess not. That's not the point of getting married.
Divorce is not the point of getting married.
No.
Throwing your ring off for saying I want to split.
Exactly.
It's not the point of getting married. Throwing your fucking husband out of the
That
bed.
happened, baby. That happens. I threw you out of the room. I didn't throw you out of the house, and you were already on your way anyway. You know that's a fucking step one for you is taken off. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? You can't blame me for that.
I was going down to the couch, man.
That wasn't true. You always split. You always split.
I have to get out of the room if it's violent.
It was before it was violent. You
when I
split
put my
every
clothes
time.
on.
You
No.
split every time,
put
Johnny,
my
whether
clothes
it's
on.
violent or not.
As stated before, you have your truths and I have mine. And these will just have to be worked out with a therapist. Because there's no way we'll go on for nitpicking each other. I don't...
I'm trying.
I know you're trying. But you're still getting wound up.
Yes, because I'm here. Present. It's upsetting. This is a normal, natural reaction to have. I don't... This is upsetting. And I'm not taking a pill to mitigate that. I would love to, but... This is actually like an organic response. And I'm sorry it's not yours, but... At least I'm trying to I am trying. You know, I wrote down something on the list of never, but I need promises. I need promises. We said this before that it won't happen again, and this won't happen again, and that won't happen again, and I can't do it. And you can't do it.
Again, you're the one that brought up divorce last night.
Yes, that's why I'm being completely impartial when I'm making this list. I'm not assigning blame. I'm not writing down the things you do.
No, you just said I can't do it.
Yes, neither can you. I can't do the thing that we always do, which is that we make these, say these things.
That's what I just said before.
We say these things and then we don't do them. I want a promise. I want security. I want the boundaries back up. I want you to commit. I'm being very clear about what I want. I need promises from you. I need promises that this won't come up. I'll promise it back to you.
I need promises from you. So
I agree.
Let's do it.
I'm here.
Because I'm going to make a list. I promise I will not do this. I promise I will not do that. I mean, can you actually say I promise I will not do this? And say I promise I will fucking do my best.
Shit, I can't. That's different than I will not take off my ring.
Right. No.
Unless I mean it. That's different. You know, I would love to say to you, I promise I'll always be understanding or let you be you or not get, be more, I don't know, I could always promise that, but that's different from something very clear like divorce. You know what I mean?
Of course it is. Yeah.
I want some stability back. And I know we'll build it over time, but don't you want that?
Of course I do. Let me give it to you. Accept it. Trust me. You think I run from situations?
You always take off. I can't trust you when you do that.
Baby.
I have no trust. That's why I freak out so fast these days. Is that I assume you're splitting.
Baby. I can't be. I can't just stand there and take the punches. At a certain point, I'm gonna fucking react.
That's not what I'm asking. Let's be fair.
But what I'm saying is...
We're talking about splitting. I'm not asking you to stand there while I punch you. Come on.
We're talking about me, getting out of the room or leaving. It didn't happen. I didn't... In Australia, I didn't leave the fucking house. I went to other rooms. You know, whatever. I didn't fucking take off in San Francisco or whatever. Look, I go in the other room.
That's different from saying I'm getting another hotel room, which is what you did in Toronto. And then in France, you said I'm getting you a flight. And you involve, people, other people. It's humiliating, it's embarrassing, it's demeaning to me, and it's...
You wanted a flight?
No, but you were the one to suggest a flight.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe I did.
You actually text Stephen that. And the same with the room. Your splitting is chronic. It's early. It's quick. It's so not... You're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee, if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space. You would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes. And then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that. Give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit. Because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just...
No, it's different.
If it happens...
It's different. You never...
If it happens, I'm just going to say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No.
I guarantee you it will.
If you're fucking throwing punches...
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about an argument.
Right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes, in our arguments.
Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never actually honor anything close to that. So I can't trust you. And especially when you always take off.
A few minutes is also an expression. It's not.
Yes, exactly. And I'm not holding you to it. I'm saying hours and hours later is different. You need time. Cool. If we're in a fight, you need time. Cool. You gotta be respectful about it. That way it won't perpetuate the fight more. It gives me anxiety and makes me far more stressed and far more angry, and perpetuates the amount of time that I can cool down and go, you know what, maybe I'm acting this way, or maybe I'm being mean to him, or maybe I'm doing this wrong, maybe I should come to his side or compromise more. It takes me so much longer, exponentially longer, when you take off. You use it to hurt me. It's a tool now that you use. And come on, you can't act like you don't do it knowing it's gonna make me mad.
I'm not. It's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
to
avoid working it
escape
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, 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 here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
Every single time I come to get you, what am I saying? 90% of the time. Stop, let's work this out. Please, I don't want to do this. That's what you're fucking ignoring. That's the really fucking crazy thing that I cannot understand. The self-delusion is so fucking deep that you are able to tell me right now all of this and mean it. How can you say that to me and ignore that 90% of the time what that bam 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 is you're escaping me like I'm some sort of like vicious harping bird in fucking, you know, in a Hitchcock movie and you can't get away from me? What you're fucking ignoring and blatantly is that every single time I'm saying like this, I'm saying this to you. Let's stop. Babe, let's stop. Let's work it out. I'm sorry, can we talk? Let's get over this. Let's stop. Can we stop fighting? That is what's so fucking insane. That you sit here and you tell me as if I'm so annoying to you that you can't escape me. That I'm actually coming to you and saying, let's not do this. It is your issue that you can't let it go, you can't calm yourself down, you can't self-soothe, and you can't make yourself bigger than the thing that you're really feeling at that moment and go, you're right, I know we're going to come to a solution eventually, let's end it now and come straight to the solution. Or, respectfully, I can't imagine coming to a solution because I need to cool down, so just give me a few minutes. And in which case, I would respect that. If you would respect it too, and you would actually be a reasonable amount of time, but I don't have that option. And you ignore on purpose is that I'm coming to you saying let's stop doing this, and you perpetuate the fight. You perpetuate it when you run away. You start it when it could just be a petty argument, and you make it not a petty argument because you run away, and then it becomes a fight. Instead of just saying sorry, instead of working it out, instead of facing it, instead of confronting things, you run away at minute 3, and then it's impossible to work it out because you've insulted me, now I'm mad, and then I have to come to you to go, come out of the bathroom, baby, let's work this out, which I can't do because that's annoying to you too. How would you feel if I ran away from you all the time? You fucking like it. You fucking deal with it. Now it's my turn. I get to avoid fucking problems. I get to avoid the responsibility. Let's see how that works out for you.
Avoid fights. And by the way...
Yeah, let's be perfect.
And by the way...
Why don't we just perfect? Why don't we just live in make-believe?
That's impossible. What I'm saying is, avoid from me.
You
tried to go into the fucking...
Annoying. I can't do it anymore.
Please,
fine, I'm
listen
done. I give up.
Let me finish this. If I went to 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms, how is it that you came and said, let's stop this?
You're right, I made it up.
7 times?
Yes.
7 times you came to different places to say, let's stop.
I don't know which fight you're talking about. I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
now
I
we're talking about
finger.
Australia. Okay. Yeah. I tried a million times.
And 7 times.
I've tried
in different places.
Yes.
But why would I go in those places then?
Because you weren't ready to get over it. You couldn't self-soothe. You couldn't control yourself. You couldn't. No, because I would come to you. I'd say, look, let's get over this, work it out, whatever. And instead of you actually doing that, you would fucking explode. You'd get mad at me, and the fight would continue. Guess what? It could have been a petty argument. Like last night, it could have been a petty argument. Every time, it could just be a petty argument. But when you run away, and then you validate it with some hierarchy, you're just trying to actually make it better. Nonsense!
I'm not trying to make it better necessarily, I'm just...
No, you're not. You're trying to protect yourself only, because you cannot control your anger, and you cannot control it.
No, in fact, you know what? I'm not trying to make it better. Let's do this fucking time thing. You ask any fucking doctor, you ask Cowan, you ask anybody, the best thing to do, if it's coming to a fucking horrible, violent thing, is fucking walk away. Take your fucking time. Go to your corners. It's the best thing you can fucking do.
I would
7 times.
I don't know what 7 times you're talking about.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
You were coked out of your fucking mind. You were fucking crazy. You didn't sleep for days. You were delusional. You were psychotic. Literally, you went into psychosis. Do not tell me about your behavior during that fucking escapade. I have tried to completely block it out.
And I threw the vodka bottles.
You can poke an animal, no matter how calm they are.
Did I throw the vodka bottles?
Poke them.
Did I throw the vodka bottles?
You threw bottles. You threw me.
No.
You hit me. Yes, you did. You're right. Your 3 nights of skipping sleep, your bags of cocaine, your fucking Red Bull and your booze is all. You know what, Johnny? You know what? You want to hear what you want to hear? You're right. Let's get everyone in here to just pamper you and fluff you and tell you you're right. You know what? Your memory's probably.
That's how you feel.
You know what? Your memory's probably equal to mine. It has nothing to do with your psychosis. Had nothing to do with the cocaine. It had nothing to do with the booze. It had nothing to do with your meds. It had nothing to do with your lack of sleep and how that puts you into a manic state. You're right. You're accurate. No, your memory's accurate. Your memory's accurate. You got it now. Your memory's perfectly accurate. You're a fucking stand-up man. You fucking no. Oh yeah, you're right. I did. So you know what? You're probably right. Your memory, Johnny, is probably spot on and perfect, comparable to mine. Who's sober. But that's fine. You can guess it all you want. I fucking remember that shit. I remember that shit. You're out of your mind.
Yes, I will.
You tell me about a fucking vodka. You know what, Ivan? Forget it. I don't want to fight about Australia. I don't want to talk to you about Australia. If you want to fucking persist and never let go of a goddamn thing, you'll never ever. We wouldn't be happy with anybody. No one's gonna make you happy. And if you run away the first sign of trouble, it's fucking there. Anytime that there's a fucking problem, you fucking run away and you make it worse and you act like there's some hierarchy, some self-righteous thing that you're just doing the big thing, the honorable thing, and walking away. You know what? I believe that horse shit. If you actually had ever done this, I need to cool down. I'm walking away. I'm not walking away from you. I want to work this out. Just give me an hour. If you ever actually did it responsibly, I'd say, yeah, you're right. You're being the bigger person. That's not the case. You fucking run away. And there's a difference. Every time you get fucking stressed, every time I'm picking on you by having a problem with you.
Because I wouldn't have enough time to get those words in with you. I'm clearly on tape, fucking like just haranguing and not giving me a second to let you speak. So I could easily say, hey, I need, you know.
You could try. I don't think you ever try. I can't hear it when you're running away. I'm not trying to be insulting. I cannot talk to you. I cannot work it out. You can never work anything out when you do that. It perpetuates it. It makes it fucking...
You are perpetuating it and you are...
Why am I always...
Right now.
Why am I always the one knocking on the door saying, let's stop this? That's not me. That's not me perpetuating. That's me trying to be the bigger person.
Fucking cucumber in this fucking fight. I have tried. I've said I'm sorry. I've said I want to fucking try everything. I want to go to a fucking shrink or whatever. I've said everything. I've said, yeah, I'm wrong here, yeah, I'm wrong there. But listen.
No, you're not. I am. In fact, you can't decide if I say sorry too much or too little. Because I feel like you've also criticized me for saying sorry too much. I fucking apologize profusely for yesterday.
I didn't say too much. I just said, I'm sorry. The go-to thing.
It wasn't a go-to thing. I meant it.
It will become meaningless unless we say, look, here's what I was thinking. Did I fuck up? And then you say, yes, you did fuck up, and it made me feel this. And then, fuck, I'm sorry. I'm really fucking sorry. That requires some type of cool head.
Yes, and neither of us really have that, but at least I can calm down. At least I cool down. You don't have a cool head. You have it right now, but you can't be on Xanax all the time. You definitely need it today. You can't be on it all the time. You know what I mean? You're going to have that temper back. That makes you not as calm as you are right now.
My meds taken. I will take.
I'm not zero judgment. You need to pump the brakes on actually thinking that I'm judging just because I made a statement. I am not. There is zero judgment. I even added. You can't, but you don't take it all the time. So, but my point is, if you're calm right now, that's great and it's wonderful and you need to be, and I'm really glad you took the Xanax to help you calm down. But you can't be calm all the time. I mean, you can't be on Xanax all the time. That will help kind of keep you calm. Or maybe you are. I don't know. But it was not a judgment. That was not judgment.
No.
I own what I say. I say what I fucking mean. I don't need anyone, fucking you or anyone, putting words in my goddamn mouth. I mean what I fucking say. You hear me? I mean what I say. I say what I mean. And you're not going to sit here and fucking change it for me. I'm so sick and fucking tired of you telling me all the time what I actually said and what I meant. I tell you what I mean. I had no judgment on that. That is your projection. That's you putting that shit on me. There is zero judgment there.
I bring it up.
It matters because it factors in, because it's relevant. I don't know, many of those things.
Didn't you earlier go get a propanol?
Yes, I have Panadol right here. What does that change? It changes how you react to stimuli. It keeps you calmer. It's supposed to slow your heart rate down. It has absolutely no psychological. No, it does not. It has zero psychological effect whatsoever. It reacts physically to the mechanisms in your brain that control your heart. That's it. It does not make me less upset. Clearly, it does not make you less. It does not affect you psychologically. It is in fact. You should fucking know. It does not make you fucking calm, as you can clearly see.
If you have to go and make a fucking speech, or if you have to do this or that makes you nervous, propanolol is what they give you. Propanolol is what they give you.
No doubt.
Okay? So that's what it's for.
Thank you. I'm so glad we're talking about this.
It is for stress.
It does not affect you psychologically at all.
But you know,
look it up. I don't fucking care. I won't talk about fucking it anymore. You can fucking look it up.
You don't get
it clearly doesn't work, does it?
You don't get high.
No, you don't. And it doesn't calm you down psychologically. It's supposed to slow your heart rate down. Clearly, it doesn't really work that well. You need a lot. It's not affecting my judgment at all. It doesn't affect how angry I am. It does not affect how passionate I am. And I was not criticizing you or judging you at all. Which is why you wanted to reach for what I'm taking as a means to defend yourself. But you ignore everything I said, which is there is absolutely zero judgment on that. I was pointing out that you will not react as cool-headed as you are right now, because if anything should happen while you're not on Xanax, it could be an explosion. That's all. I was pointing out that both of us have tempers, and what will happen if you're not on Xanax and then something comes up? Will you be able to talk to yourself and reason with that inner self? That's what I was bringing up. It had no judgment on it whatsoever. I'm actually very glad you took a Xanax. Yeah. And I'm very happy for you. And there's zero fucking judgment. I don't need you fucking telling me what I said. I don't need your fucking goddamn projection on me. I didn't fucking go there. You fucking listen to me or not, I don't fucking care. I'm just going to walk away for a minute. Okay?
Please.
know what to do.
You don't know what to do.
I know what to do. I came here to tell you I love you, to tell you that, you know, I said all that shit and I just feel stupid. I feel like, I'm gonna go back home. Do whatever you want, you know. Do whatever you want. Go wherever you want. I told you I didn't need it. You said that we should make with you, yet you don't. Change how we do things, and I want to trust you, and I feel like all the trust is gone. All the fucking trust is gone in the relationship because you keep splitting. We fight together, but you're the only one who's splitting. I want that back. But you
There's no trust, there's nothing.
then maybe there's nothing to talk about. But I did come over here with enough love in my heart and sincerity to say to you that all the things I said, which now I meant them. You know, I fucking meant them. Even though you fucking split, didn't come home. You know, I still did that. I fucking have shown myself. I've proven myself. I've fought for you. I've showed up.
I'm not going to be in the physical fucking altercation.
Don't. Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking...
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that. It's about that. It's not.
Well, on a point, I can't.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking participate.
Push you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into the room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't do it in a way that actually means we won't fight. It always makes more fights. It always makes them longer. It never, ever makes you calmer. You never come out going, I want to talk, or I'm okay, or it's going to be okay. And I am I'm sick and tired 100% of being the only one that goes into this for it. You know what that does? It demoralizes the half of this relationship that is me. It demeans me. Demoralizes me. Yes, really. Really, when you split on me, how do you feel when I leave you? I've left you before. you leave how you get another room, you get a flight, things like that. And you asked me not to in Australia, and ever since then,
How many?
I don't know. I have to count them up.
No, because I haven't left you in that house maybe twice. Last night and another night.
No, you've done it before. I've come here. I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, you've come here before. Last time and another time.
You've done this several times, and getting me a room. I mean, getting another room at a hotel is just the same thing.
When did I get another room?
You text Steven or Nathan in Toronto to see if they get another room. It's chronic. It happens all the time. And if you do it to go into another room, you do it and you get dressed.
You were fucking screaming.
I'm not going to validate my actions last night. I feel very bad for how I reacted. I did not start screaming until you had fucking said all this shit. You poke an animal enough, it is eventually, doesn't matter how friendly it is, how cool. I stayed cool for so long, and you kicked and kicked and kicked. So I have not done this to you. I have not said these things to you. I have not started the fight by saying I'm going to get another room. And I'm not going to sit here and fight about fucking Toronto anymore. Guess what? I let it go. I'm not fucking talking about Toronto. I can yell it. I can whisper it. I can write it. Guess what? I'm not saying another fucking word about Toronto. I'm so sick and tired of fucking fighting about old fight. This is not about a fight. This is broad. This is a broad thing. And I'm telling you, every single time you get dressed and you fucking split at the top of a fight, you never fucking tell me what you want, you never fight for me, you never come to me, you never self-calm, you never self-soothe, you're never the one to throw the olive branch. I'm sick and tired of it. It needs to fucking change. And you can go, I can't meet those demands, I can't do it, or you can fucking promise me so I have a modicum of safety, I feel a modicum of respect, a little tiny shit sliver of fucking like, you are in this whether it is good or bad, whether it is good or bad, down and up, lows and highs, tough and easy. Not just when it's easy. I feel like you're a fucking vacation husband. You are so there when it's good. You're so there when it's easy. The second it gets hard, you question it. Last night, I'm just as guilty. I give you that. But I have been primed and conditioned. At this point, I thought I'd never get over Toronto. It hurt so bad. I got fucked over so bad, and I did not do anything like that. I didn't stoop that low at all. Absolutely. I wish it had caught everything too.
Why don't you send me the fucking report?
I will. I don't know how else to say I will to you. Hasn't really been a kind of a safe environment now, has it? So if I'm looking to stoke a fire, yeah, okay. I haven't because we have not been well. We have not been good. When I fucking move out, if I move out, then you'll have them, and you can fucking relish them. You won't fucking like it, what you hear. Won't make you happy. But you'll hear what I'm telling you. We haven't really been good. It hasn't really been a safe environment, now has it? You act like you're fucking on something when I haven't, sent you this. Like, well, we'll send it to you. Get this. It hasn't been good. It's been a little tough. Was it tough? All I've been trying to do is be with you, spend time with you. You said you needed that. You said that it made a difference more than working. You wanted to travel with you. You said our relationship would be different. That was after Toronto.
Yeah, that's when we came back here.
I know where we were.
Boston, here.
I know where we were. We've been on the road basically since Australia, and I have been at your side, and I have not been filming with you. I'm not talking about just a honeymoon, now am I? I'm talking about many months. And was it all the honeymoon? No. I have been at your side throughout it all. You said, why did you come to Rio? And I answered you. I would love for it to be better. I have no fucking consistency, no safety, no security. The relationship is something you don't fight for, you don't stand up for, you always run from when it's tough. I'm telling you, I need No, we didn't say vows. You didn't make them exactly in the same, in that way, you know, but now is the fucking time. I need to know if you're gonna be there. I want promises. I told you that at the beginning of this conversation. I need promises that you're gonna fucking be there. I need promises that this is important to you, not when it's easy, when it's hard too. This is something you'll fight for. That this is something that's sacred, that neither of us throw out every fight. I can't be the only one to hold the promises. I was in Toronto and it fucked me over. I can't be the only one. You can't be the only one. If I split on you, all those times that I thought about doing it, we would not be here. And I stayed, and it's tougher. You know, that's stronger. I'm stronger. It is easy to run. It is easy to run away from problems. It is easy to take that out and say, well, that's the easiest. That's the best, safest. That's the safest way out. I'm not saying we should get in physical altercations. I never want to be in that. Never. But every time you don't like what I say and you fucking run away, will never work out anything. You can't run away every fight. You can't. It's easy. It's not brave. It's not strong. It's harder to say to somebody, I want to work this out. I want to face what I have. I want to face what you have. I want to work it out with you. You're not working it out. You're running away, and then you make me be the bigger person every single time and come to you and knock on the door and come to this house and say, hey, we're married. It's supposed to be sacred. Calm down, calm down. Yes, by default. If you're never the one to do it, one of us is, and I'm the one to do it every time. It means I'm the bigger person every time. It means I have to be the strong one. It means every time I have to fight for our relationship. And you get to be you get to be lazy. You get to be cowardly. I don't know what it is.
What are you here for? What do you need me?
Once again, I am fighting for the relationship.
With the guy that you don't fucking trust or like? Why?
I did not say I didn't love you. I love you. You're my favorite person in the world. I remember what I said at the beginning. I'm sorry you feel like you can't imagine it. But I said this to you at the beginning of this conversation. I said, you're my favorite person in the whole world. If you weren't the most magnetic, shiny, beautiful, interesting, dynamic person I had ever met in my life, it would be so easy to walk away from this bratty thing that you do.
Untrustworthy.
Did you hear what I just said? I said I can't trust. I can't trust. That's not meaning you're untrustworthy. It means that we've created a situation, and I'm telling you what you do to create it too. We've created a situation in which trust can't grow. It's like it's trampled every single time, and we need a marriage. That's why I sat down. Do you not remember me sitting down at the very beginning of this conversation and saying just that to you? Say, I know you got married for security and for safety. So did I. We did not get married because it was something that we're doing, because it was something we could walk away. We wanted a foundation. No? Yes, but you could just have me as your girlfriend if you didn't want the foundation. And you told me, and maybe you go back on it now. Fine, okay, cool. Lie about that. I don't know. You told me you wanted a foundation. You told me you wanted the security. You wanted the safety. You liked the foundation. At the beginning, you said, I really like having that. It feels safe. So don't argue with me when I say it now.
I'm not arguing with you.
Oh, yeah, but you had to fucking talk.
I'm saying because I love you and you're my wife. I want you to be my wife. That's putting me apart.
No.
How did I put you apart?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to fight about fight. I don't want to fight about semantics. I don't want to fight.
When I come up with a point and you can't answer it, you don't want to answer it.
What am I not answering? Because I don't want to fight about this new thing? No, I don't want to. I said you wanted the safety and security, and you stopped me, you interrupted me, and then you said, what? Because I wanted to have you as my equal. I meant you interjected. I meant you said. You said. How about that? See, now, is this better? I answered you. I addressed what you're saying. Now, can we please not fight about that?
I said, because I love you.
You said loved. My whole point, I don't know, an issue is that you love me. Yes, you marry me though because you want some safety, some security, some stability, a foundation. Now, if you take issue with that, okay, take issue with it. But If you agree, then you agree. That's who you were when you married me.
Yes, but the only thing that's missing is with you. I wanted those things with you.
Yes.
And that's what I was trying to say.
Me
I
too.
love you, and I wanted to marry you for that, for our love, for the security, for the foundation. For yes, of course. But you left for you.
I'm sorry.
With you.
I mean that. Of course I do. Of course I want that with you. It's why I married you. But I need the safety, I need the security, I need the boundaries, and I think you... Could you not agree?
I need the same things.
So,
But when you start flipping out, and I can't get a word in, and it's you know, manic and angry, what the fuck, Amber?
I get angry. I'm human. This is the kind of situation where one gets angry.
Okay, but you can't provoke anger in me then. Just
can't control that. If I'm angry.
Just try. Let's both try. If there's anger, if there's something fucking really fucking poking us in the ass, let's try. Try not to fucking fight. Try to address it without jumping down each other's throats, because all that's going to do is build a mountain of fucking resentment, some species of fucking hatred within the love, and totally fucking mistrust, because you say you don't trust me. I get it, okay, I'm flake, I'm a this, I'm a that.
I didn't say as a person, I was speaking specifically about this. I don't trust the marriage. I don't trust you. I don't feel safe with it because you always fucking bail on it.
Well, then
that's sick.
I don't know. You know.
I want the trust back. You can deflect all you want. Say it's my fault. Say how dare I get angry at you ever. Whatever. I'm telling you.
As much as you don't like that shit in your marriage, I don't like the guff that you put on me in our marriage, and if it causes distrust in me, it causes distrust in me.
I don't know how
I
to
don't
help
know.
You. I don't know what
and
the
sometimes
thing is.
I don't want to fucking be there and go through the shit. I don't, man. I don't.
I know.
I don't want to, because I don't want to fucking fight.
But it doesn't have to be one. It's not like I'm saying, hey, choose fight.
You just said I get mad, I'm going to scream.
No, I didn't say that's always the case. I said, yeah, I'm mad. It happens. It happens.
Yes, I know. It happens often.
The things that are wrong are repeating themselves, and they happen often. If you think I'm some fucking tyrant or bully, then don't fucking be with me. But don't sit here and insult me like I'm the fuck up because I have the audacity to get
saying
mad.
That I'm the tyrant and the bully and at the same time the guy that runs away. And
you run away every single fight.
Okay, so I mean, then what are you?
That I'm not lying about it.
Then what are you doing with me?
I already answered that. We went through this conversation literally 5 minutes ago. I answered this already 5 minutes ago.
You just said to me that I shouldn't be with you.
No, I said
That's what I feel.
No, I said if I'm some, harping bully, which is what you make me sound like. Like I'm like constantly on you, making you feel bad. That's what I do. And then you ignore everything. You take me for granted. You're ignoring everything that I do for you. You make me sound terrible. You talk about me in a terrible way. You do not fight for me. And then you want to sit here and make me sound so terrible to be around. You don't. Everything I've already explained.
No.
10 minutes before.
No, fight for you. I don't understand.
You never, ever do the work. Put in the work. If we're arguing about something, you don't ever try to get to the bottom of it and figure out, make the peace. You want to make it easy on you, so you split. You don't fight for me. You don't fight when there's a problem. You don't come to me. You don't make peace with me. You never extend an olive branch. You're never the bigger guy. You're never the one that's like, okay, I'm going to put my own feelings aside for a second and say, this is bigger than us, let's stop fighting. You never are the one to come and knock on my door. You take me for granted.
It's not true. It's not true. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
those are different. That's different.
Else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door based on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
No, I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who fucking did that. I didn't.
So that makes sense. That's clear. Yeah.
The only time I ever threw anything at you was when you fucking threw the cans at me in Australia.
Why are you trying to justify who throws things based on whether or not you come knocking on the door? I don't get why one informs the other. Because that is a fucking irrational
and violent fucking maneuver. So a man would want to get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Oh, man. Go home and listen to the tape. Please. That's what they're for.
Yes. You listen to the fucking tape.
Oh, I'm gonna.
So will I. I'm not going to sit here and promise you I'll never get mad at you or that you'll never fuck up. I know you want to live in a world where everyone just says yes to you and doesn't question you or criticize you ever.
Don't insult me like that, please.
But that's not the case. It's not why you're with me. I am honest with you. And I'm sorry. You don't want to be held accountable. I get it. No one really does.
I'm not sure you're so honest with me.
Well, that's your...
Watching you live in front of Travis last night really
that's your problem, and that's your whole thing that you've created.
That's my problem, but my problem is that you don't trust me?
No, I don't trust you in this.
What's going on in there, man?
I don't trust you in this, and I want the trust back.
You don't trust me in our marriage? Well, what is everything we're talking about? Our marriage.
Tell me, if you want to stop talking...
You're saying you don't trust me personally? Or you don't trust me in the marriage? What I don't understand what's so different. Tell me the difference, please.
I think I have in the last few hours, no?
No, I think you could probably explain it to me a little better. I'm slow.
You want to keep being an asshole?
Do I want to keep being an asshole?
Stop the attitude.
It's a redundant question.
Stop the attitude.
I should stop the attitude. Okay, sure, no problem.
Stop.
No problem.
So I'm not going to sit here and go over every fight we've had. I'm not going to refight this fight. You have something you're holding on to about Travis. Go fuck. You know, go do it. Go run away together. I don't know what you're fucking holding on to, but you have created that. I have no part of that. I don't know what you're fucking latched onto in your brain, what stray hairs have fucking commingled and tangled in your brain to make you think you've really figured some sort of thing out. But this is not unusual for you. It's like almost every fight, I can pretty much guarantee you will find something that you can like manipulate
let's
and twist
ask Travis
into something.
tonight. If you
Yes, why don't we
him,
invite Travis into our fucked up, broken ass, 3 fucking wheeled truck of a marriage? Why don't we crash it straight into the wall, because no one knows us better than fucking Travis.
You're just afraid that the truth will come out.
What truth?
That you lied.
What are you fucking talking about? I didn't fucking even have a fucking thing to lie about. What are you fucking talking about? Every fucking fight, there's a new thing that you've convinced yourself is a lie.
I said to you, Amber, tell Travis what you just did. Did you just fucking, did you punch me in the fucking jaw? Did you fucking kick? Did you? Did you? And you wouldn't say a fucking reason. I don't know what you're talking about. It never fucking,
I see the
never
lie.
fucking happened.
I see the lie. You really should run with this. In fact, maybe you and Travis can like go and like, you know, do a tell-all about what a,
Hey,
an investigative
study. Stop with
study.
the attitude, right?
Sorry.
Stop with the attitude.
Sorry.
You're getting all bunched up.
Sorry. Sorry. I don't, it's so fucking pointless, and you know it, to sit here and fight about fucking whatever you think happened with Travis. That wasn't a conversation.
Listen,
we were
I was
fighting.
Not high.
I'm not going to.
You lied. You're asshole.
You were fucking full of shit. What lie? When? What conversation did I have with Travis? Big investigative study you've done. I'm not sitting here and fighting with you about the fight that we had last night.
After you got physically violent with me, I texted Travis. I said, "Come up here," because
I
didn't want anything to happen.
I mean, yeah.
It's coming to what? Save me?
No, go ahead. Continue. You. Travis to the rescue.
No, that was the last one. You can go. You go.
Okay.
That was the last one, so.
Oh yeah, you called me a liar, and yet.
I watched you lie.
You called me a liar.
I watched you lie.
You're full of shit. There's no what. You still haven't told me what lie it is. But yet, every single fucking time. You know you do this every single fucking time. I'm not fucking talking to nobody. No. Fuck that. You go fucking jerk him off. I don't care. I really could care less. It's you every single time. You latch onto some sort of thing. When I already told you, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. You still haven't even told me what it is. But run with it. You run with it. I told you what it is. No, you haven't.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
You told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the fucking thing. And
you figured it out.
And you said, no, fucking, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started...
You are such a baby! Grow the fuck up,
because you
Johnny!
Started physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse? When there's not a physical fight, then what's the excuse there? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away? And you can sit here and call me names, but you get called a name, and what do? That's the last insult. You're a baby. You're a hypocrite. You don't do anything that you actually do. You expect from people what you can't give them. If they do something, a taste of it to you, you fucking lose it. But yet you dish it out. Take it as Xanax. Just in case you need it. I think it's been worn off, maybe.
you doing with this?
I'm giving you a Xanax in case you need it.
Okay.
Seems like it's worn off.
Yeah, probably not.
I love you, and I've told you a million times in this conversation how much I love you. I do love you. And I've fought for this marriage, and fought for you. And if you don't do the same, how I ever fucking feel okay? I got married to you to feed up a foundation. So we start a foundation. Not so that it could be a transient thing we throw around at each other or run away from. But I haven't even been able to have like a fight with you beyond in any real talking kind of speaking context in so long, because anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything. I'm telling you what I need for this. I want to feel the trust, and I can with you. I know I can. I have felt it with you. But it's been destroyed by constantly being reminded that you take me for granted, or that you don't see this as a permanent thing, for better or for worse. I feel genuinely that you are here in this marriage and committed to this marriage for the better, and really not for the worse. You can't say the same about me. I fight even when I feel terrible. I show up. I pursue. I give you space. I've done everything to really show how committed I am. You know I am. I'm here for God's sakes. No, not when it's tough. Not when it's hard. Not when it's worse. This is this is the grandest gesture you've shown me in a long time. Is by sitting in one place and actually facing some of the stuff we need to talk about. This is the biggest gesture you've given me in a very long time. It means a lot, of course, but it should be mutual, you know. I know there's things that I need to do different. I want to make you happy as a man. I know I can change certain things that are hurting you. But I know I can't blame myself entirely for going straight to the fucking finish line, the first sign of stress yesterday. Because of how it's been lately. Like since Australia. And I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, we've gone on a honeymoon. We had a great time, other than the fact that we had a fight on the train, which was physical.
Yeah.
Then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You're saying you've been pondering this since Australia?
No, the splitting thing.
Me splitting?
Like the lack of, you know, I even said this. It was in Australia. I said, I feel like it was so good for so long. We'd talk about things. Remember we were allowed to have fights then. Remember, we allowed ourselves to say, hey, you did this, or you took... Remember, we would even have a little argument, and it was okay. It was an argument. I don't know what the fuck has changed. I can't figure it out. And I don't mean to criticize anything that you do, but it's so chronic with you, the the changes in the personality. It's like sometimes you get these clear months and you're this different person and it's wonderful, you're this, and then sometimes I'm like struggling to stay connected with you, struggling to have 5 minutes with you, struggling to connect with you, struggling to have my friendship with you, and I can't fight with you. It's like, but they're so chronic that I have to go, what the fuck has changed? What thing has changed? Do you not remember how different? You were so different. You allowed me to... You're so present, and you were so present, and we were allowed to fight. We were not even fight, we had arguments. You weren't like this, mood swings up, down, like really aggressive and really cool and calm. I mean, you've given me this time here on the couch, and it's amazing that we can actually talk. But I never feel that safe. I constantly feel like you're about to fucking split, and I don't want to feel like that. You make me feel meaningless.
You threw me out of the bedroom.
Yeah, why wouldn't I if I know that you're about to split? I mean, that's what I'm saying. You always split. You always split. So that's... Why wouldn't... I mean, I do blame myself for my actions yesterday, but I also don't think... I fucked up last night. I'm not going to defend myself. But I also can't blame me going to the finish line when that's always where you drive it.
But you're saying you thought you were sure I was going to split.
Always. I mean, that's just...
Why would I split if I'm laying in the bed with
because
you?
Because any fight, anytime I tell you that I'm unhappy with anything, and it's typically the same thing, anytime I voice a complaint, I'm not allowed to have a complaint. I'm not allowed to think anything wrong. I've told you this 1,000 times. 1,000 times I've said this to you, in calm and in fights. Baby, I don't feel like I'm allowed to just have a complaint, and you aren't allowing me the luxury of us just being normal human couples. Like, as soon as you get mad, you take off on a train. Remember, I even asked you, is it about Adderall? Are you doing too much? I know it makes one edgy. It makes one, like, temperamental. Could it be too much? Like, what is it? The alcohol doesn't seem like it unless it's like in Toronto where it just became that. But in general, it hasn't been a problem so much. So I don't know what changed. I mean, I'm sure it's something, because it's chemical, it's strong. It's one day you were different.
It's the same.
And it hasn't been back.
It's the same changes that are happening in you. It's exactly the same.
I wish.
Huh?
I really wish that was the case.
That is the case.
I have always allowed you to fuck up and be a human. I've always been able to have a communication with you. The difference is you make it so we cannot even communicate at all if it's anything negative. You go, you take off on a train, you don't get off. You don't calm down. You don't come back around. You don't honor when you say, I just want a few minutes or I want a little time, but I'll be back. You don't assuage the anxiety and the stress that gives me and makes things worse with me by saying, hey, we will. Remember, Kipper was like, you have to say, I will be back in this amount of time, more or less, and then actually honor it. You have to come back. So I said, oh my God, if he could do that, that would be great. And you never do it. You don't ever honor that. You leave me with way more anxiety, stress, anger, and resentment. But in Australia, for a few months, you were so...
So for you, it makes a difference. I wasn't being attacked.
And that. I have not attacked you any different. I haven't changed. I have not attacked you any different. I never attacked you. I never attack you. Just because I have a complaint with something you did is not an attack, baby.
It becomes verbally insulting. It becomes all kinds of shit. It becomes like
at the very beginning.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem. If you see any criticism as a verbal assault, of course we have this problem. We're going to have it next time you do. God forbid I have a problem with something you do. We're going to be in this situation. Are you ready for it?
Say it nice.
What if I'm hurt? Am I not allowed to be hurt and be human? That's the thing. You're not allowing me to be human then. You take my humanity from me. You're telling me I'm not allowed to feel things and I'm not allowed to react because to protect you.
Last night happened because I was at Isaac's for too long. Next door.
It happened because we could not communicate.
For what? For what? What did we gain from this fight, from me just, the horrible fucking act of me being over at Isaac's for just too long.
I did not cause this because you were at Isaac's. You lie to yourself. Go ahead. You're just lying to yourself.
Then why were you upset last night?
This did not happen because of Isaac's. This happened because we're fighting. This is not about Isaac's. We actually haven't really even talked about that. We spent 2 seconds on it because it's not about that. It's bigger than that. The point is, I voiced a complaint. It could be anything. It could say, baby, you did something to hurt me. Which you did, and you admitted.
Why didn't you say that?
You admitted that you would feel that way too, and
yes.
You said sorry for it. That would have been great, but I could not feel safe saying that to you because I knew that your reaction would very likely be a defensive explosion and an attack and freak out and get up and walk away and all this stuff. So I wanted to avoid it. So I took an Ambien to try and go to sleep without even having to speak to you about it because I was really hurt that you fucking left me stranded. You didn't think about me. You didn't text me. All the things that you apologized for. You already apologized for it. Can you do me one small favor and not take it back?
Back.
Thank you. Stop defending it, please. You already apologized for it. It meant a lot to me. Do me one favor today. Don't take that back.
And what did I do say?
This isn't about Isaac, and you know it. This isn't about Isaac, and you know it. It is about us not allowing.
Is it about my showering?
No, it's about you not allowing me to have any problems with you, or be upset at you, or mad at you, or even hurt by you at all. You do not allow it.
If you could have just said in a kinder way, a nicer way, like, listen, I feel fucked up by what you fucking just did.
And you wouldn't freak out?
No, I would say, fucking, what is it? Like what? And I've been too long at Isaac's. You said you wouldn't be that long or whatever. You shouldn't. I feel stranded. I felt fucking left. Whatever. What am I gonna fight with that? Why would I get mad at that?
Oh my God! The first thing you do is I don't have to text you, and all, you would just be. It would be shitty. It would be a fight. It would be terrible. It would not be.
It was a fight.
Yeah, it was.
It was a fight.
Then
it shouldn't have been. The Isaac thing was the impetus because you were that was a lot of what you said.
It was the impetus, but it's just a small example and a bigger thing. And you know it's bigger.
Okay, so it's a bigger thing. It's coming from back in Australia.
No, it's like Australia. We are allowed to have fights. You can't sit here and tell me I can't feel things and I can't voice them to you. If we say to each other, you can't get mad and you can't be hurt by the other, then we're living in fucking motherfucking fairy tale land.
Look, then, of course, nobody is able to and shouldn't hold shit in. We can go to the other person and say, look, man, I feel fucked. I feel shit. I feel this, I feel that. And then we can assess how you feel. Well, fuck, I guess, oh shit, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, I get it. Or, fucking, I don't understand what you're saying, and you're wrong, and you're whatever.
But it's going to be the latter, and it's been the latter for months now, where that's your reaction, is not ever admitting wrong, ever doing anything wrong, ever admitting it. You always go straight to you're wrong, fuck you kind of thing. You don't say fuck you all the time right away, but I'm saying
always.
Like for months now, it's been I can't voice any complaint. I can't say I'm feel fucked over. I can't say I'm hurt. I can't say you fucked up. I can't be mad at you. I can't be hurt. Nothing. Because I'm the bad guy. Oh, well, I'm always fucking up, and, like, you're always on me, and I'm always fucking up, and, like, getting mad at me for having for being honest with you. We've had a million fights where I'm like, I was honest with you. I told you how I felt. Maybe if you were me, wouldn't you feel bad? Yeah. Okay, well then, the fuck? We had these few months where we actually could even feel things and fight, and it was an argument. But you don't ever like, it's like I don't know what's changed, but it's like you can't ever just make it short and get over it. You can't. It's like you get on something and you will not get off of it. Hence why I'm always going to you in fights for hours trying to get you to calm down. Please, can we talk? Please, because I don't want to go to bed that way. And you told me you didn't want to go to bed that way either. Yet you want to fucking do this all night long and make it an all night thing by disappearing for hours at a time. And then when I come to you, I'm the bad guy. I feel fucking alone. I feel like you're not fucking helping. You're not fucking doing anything in fights. You're not overcoming yourself. You're not overcoming yourself. It's every one of these fights could have been so short. Why aren't you doing some of the work? Why aren't you coming to me and saying, look, olive branch? Why aren't you saying, I'm sorry, bigger picture, let's look at the bigger picture? Why aren't you doing any of this stuff? Have you noticed that you're not?
Do you remember thanking me for doing that, actually, recently? Thank you for being the bigger person. Thank you for coming and apologizing to me.
When? I'm sorry, when?
Honeymoon for Venice.
So there's an example. I don't remember which one it is, but
I'm really sorry. I don't remember exactly.
No. I wasn't questioning you. I'm sure it happened. I just don't remember that one time. But I'm saying the majority of the times. And if you want to argue with that, then we'll never see eye to eye. I think you and I both know the truth. The majority of times, you cannot calm yourself, and it's me trying. Whether I'm hurt, whether I'm mad, whether you've just told me you hate me in my eyes, I'm the one trying to get you to calm down, trying to get an olive branch, trying to not make it an all-night thing, trying to get over it, trying to see the bigger picture. Even if I'm hurt, I'm still trying to do that because I see the bigger picture. You lose the bigger picture every time. And if you want to stay married to me, we need to figure out if you think you can. If you're going to lose sight of the bigger picture and only be my husband when it's easy, you're only going to be there for the ups, never the downs. You're only going to be there for health, not sickness. Every time it gets hard, you lose the big picture and you can't think about anything else but breaking up, divorce, fighting, splitting, running away. If you can't be the one to come around sometimes and see the bigger picture and know that it's not worth fighting for days, if you can't do that too, we need to walk away. I don't want to walk away. I don't want to end this.
Do you not think you instigate the same thing?
I'm not talking about instigating. I'm talking about ending.
But ending, you don't...
I'm talking about ending.
Yeah, but you don't always do that. You don't always...
I remember you pointed out an example, and I said, okay, then can we settle on the fullest? No, I do it at night. I do it at night. I come, whether it's night or day, I've done both. I've come to you every single time. On the plane I came to you, on the Venice I came to you, in Toronto I came to you, in San Francisco I came to you. I pull you into the bed or I hug you and I get us to calm down, and I'm glad I do because that's what makes it not be an all-night thing. And nothing harms our marriage more than sleeping in different beds because we're mad at each other or going to bed mad at each other. We made a promise. You didn't keep that promise. But we did make a promise to not do that. It was your choice not to live up to that promise, not mine. I tried to get you to come to bed when you were mad. I tried to get you to calm down so many times in Toronto. Toronto, in Venice, and in San Francisco. I would come to the 7 different bathrooms if you were, and try throughout, whether I was mad or hurt or not, because I saw the bigger picture. I didn't think it was worth this. I'm always the one trying to end it. You never let go of things. You constantly do this.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
You're never the one coming to me and saying, let's not fight anymore. You're never the one saying, come just get into bed, let's not go to bed mad like that. On the plane, it was me. In Toronto, it was me. It's always me.
On the plane here from Rio,
you don't admit it.
You were
Think about it.
Your marbles.
Think about it.
I'm the one who came to you and said, listen, calm down, please calm down. And you were blaming me.
Think about it.
Because your flight was going to get in late and you wouldn't be able to
think about it.
Have time before you think.
Just think about it.
No.
Majority of our fights.
No, absolutely. Okay, I'll admit that. Yeah, the majority of our fights, I hang on to it because it's fucking hard to let go. Some of the shit that you go through in a fight can be painful, and it's hard to forget shit.
Yeah, no shit. But if you want to keep doing this and live a life where you constantly are using that as ammunition in which you can shoot yourself in the fucking head, that's fine. Okay. But at least admit you're doing that. If you want to hold on to everything and never get over it and never let go, then don't scratch your head and go, I wonder why I'm so aggressive when you point out anything I did wrong. I wonder why I have so much resentment for you. I wonder why we fight so much. Stop scratching your head and wonder, and just admit that it's because you never let a fucking thing go, you can't get over anything, and that you won't and cannot calm yourself down when you're mad.
So it's all my fault.
No. It's not. It's not.
Yet you can sit here and find blame in everything that I do. But you never say a thing about yourself.
I think I've included myself.
You copped it last night.
I have included myself. I mean, like, it's not all your fault. It's not all your fault. I make so many mistakes. What I'm talking about, I'm not guilty of. I do let things go. I move this relationship forward. I fight for us when it's on the line. I do let things go. I see the bigger picture.
You said
I'm tired.
You said, I'm tired too. You said you see the bigger picture and you do let things go.
Always.
Yet, after Toronto, you're looking for apartments.
That was a hard one. And I did not say 100% of the time. And no part of this conversation did I say, no part of this conversation did I say, I am perfect. I did not claim that. I'm claiming that vast majority of times these are the patterns. And I own them. I'm right. You know it. You don't have to admit it. But you know what I'm saying is true. I'm able to see the bigger picture throughout. Whether I'm mad or hurt, I do mean for better or for worse. I have honored my word to not leave. You ditched me last night, and I understand. I understand how shitty that got, and I understand my part in it. But it is a reaction to this fucking situation we've created. It's about to crack, and I'm trying. I can't be the one doing this all the time. I also don't want to. It makes me unhappy. It makes me lose things. And then that's the trust I'm talking about.
Like I said, the last thing in the world I want is for you to be unhappy or for me to let you down.
I know.
I do. And
if you can't...
I do make you unhappy and I do let you down.
Only you know if you can change it or do better. I know you're not perfect. I've seen you be pretty damn close. I've seen you do better than this. I've seen you control yourself more. I've seen you react less. I've seen you be less... I've seen you have way more control over yourself. So fucking edgy, and you get so mad so fast, and you stay mad. I've seen this happen before, and I've also seen you better. I've seen you clearer. I've seen you better. I've seen you do better, and you don't let me down. And I subsequently would do better and let you down less. I hope. But I'm not changing how I do things. You're changing how you do things. This is dramatic change. And it's been a few months now, and I'm begging you. Now's the time. If you choose to stop it, fucking great. I'll be with you to change. But I can't set myself up to be the only one to keep promises and then wind up in another situation like Toronto, where you're booking a room or trying to get me on a flight, or I'm not saying any of the things, and I'm hearing all this shit, and I'm not defending myself, and I'm coming to you saying I love you, and I'm trying to protect you from yourself, and I get destroyed. I can't do it again. I won't ever survive through that again. And I don't want to. You leave me unhappy.
I don't want to. I don't want you to.
When you leave me like that,
I don't want to be unhappy.
instead of just, like, I can't leave the house.
You're saying to me that for a long time I was able to keep everything together, and when we fought,
Do you remember?
like, be cool. Yeah, exactly. And it was for a while. Right?
Yeah, it was.
So,
and we could have arguments. It was like, okay, normal. Now
right.
we can't have an argument. No,
Right, but there was one or two in Australia when I was calm-headed and all that shit. That, I mean, what am I reacting to? If I'm trying to keep a cool head, I'm reacting to you fucking jumping.
No, before a jump, just a normal argument, baby. There's a difference. There is a middle ground. Sometimes you just go, that was rude, or you snap, and you say, baby,
you tend to jump.
Okay, all right. This is before the jump. This is like a normal. Fuck, man, that really fucking sucks. Like, I matter too, or whatever it is. And it's not.
You think you don't matter?
That's not the point. It's an example.
Sorry.
There are times when you can make, for months now, consistently. You have been. I've told you a million times. I've actually told you probably about 5 times. I can't have a normal complaint. I can't have a normal complaint. I can't have any problems with you. Baby, I feel like I can't tell you anything's wrong. Baby, I feel like I can't be honest with you. Baby, you gotta relax a little. What the fuck? I gotta be able to tell you if something's wrong. How many times have you heard me say that? I have told you this. I have also mentioned how different it was in Australia and begged for whatever that... Is it clarity? Is it less Adderall? I don't know. Is it work? Is it, like, something's affecting you, and I am not judging you. I'm not. In fact, you have elucidated my opinion on medication. Do I not give you your meds every day? Do I not remind you to take them? Do I not? I know that you have to take medication. I am very aware of that. And you have actually changed my mind a bit as to how necessary they can be. I used to kind of think that they were not superfluous, but I don't know, just like...
An escape.
Yeah, and now I don't think that. And that's because of you, you changed my opinion about that. But I do know you. And you don't know moderation very well. You're allergic to moderation. So I balance you out, I think, a little bit. I try to keep you safe. I try to keep on you a little bit to remind you to take the good ones, Do I not?
You do.
And do I ever give you a hard time?
You just look at, no, but the meds, no. You spoil me. Look, you do all those wonderful things. You take the boots off.
I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm still on medication.
I'm not saying you're tooting your own horn. I'm saying there are a lot of beautiful and wonderful things that you do for me that I've never even dreamt that someone would be so fucking caring as to, hey babe, it's time for your meds, and it's so beautiful that your wife is, doing that. It's beautiful that, the act of just simply taking my fucking boots off when I get home from work, that is monumental stuff to me. The care throughout the day, here, drink this vitamin water, I mean, there are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful things that I could go on and on about us, about how you've made me feel, how you changed my life. But I do not want to be. I don't want to be a fucking shithead in your eyes.
Thank you for saying
That's true, man. It's true.
that. Thank you.
There are a lot of things.
I
There
know.
are a lot of positives.
You don't have to.
There are a lot of positives. I'm not just saying it. I'm being honest.
I feel the same way. I meant it.
What?
I meant it. What I said earlier. If you were not my favorite person, it'd be so easy to walk away. For you too, I'm sure. You know, if you... God, I mean, think about all the times it would have been very easy to walk. Based on the bad, on the stress, on the fight. But I can't because you're my favorite person. The most beautiful, dynamic, shiny, smart, sexy thing. I can't. It's something you fight for. But I'm trying. I just want to feel safe again. I want the stability. I mean, you meant marriage for life, right? You meant like better and worse and all that stuff, even though we didn't say those words.
Of course, when we did.
Better or worse, we didn't say. But, maybe,
Whitney said better or worse.
She did?
Yeah.
Well then...
But it is for better or for worse for me. It is.
I feel...
I didn't leave last night.
You're making me feel like it's like you're not there for work.
I left last night, honestly, I swear to you. Because I just couldn't take the idea of more physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because had we continued, it would have gotten fucking bad. And baby, I told you this once, and I'm scared to death of it. We are a fucking crime scene right now.
I know.
If we don't get our shit together. And that, by getting our shit together, that might mean, fucking A, we do this and we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, you say, I've tried, done, toodaloo. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. And I do not want to leave you. I do not want a divorce. I do not want you out of my life. I just want peace. And if I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize it. But please do the same. Please do the same. And it's okay to fight, like you said. It's okay.
You gotta... How do you remember that? I mean, how do you know that? Because sometimes you're so clear as to what is priority to you and what you care about, and then you seem to forget it when you get mad.
I could say the same thing about you.
Sure. But I'm asking you, like, what do you do to remind, like, how, if it was just up to self-control, don't you think we would have...
That's why I think the list is important.
Yeah.
I want your two lists.
I want a list, though, of what...
One, here are things that you do that can hurt me or fuck with me or makes me mad or this or that. And, you know, and we take it without freaking out. Just take it and own it and study it. And if we have a different opinion, let's talk it out a little bit. Let's talk it out a little bit. And I'll make a fucking list, you make a fucking list of all the things that you think you do that you'd like to change, the things that I do that I'd like to change. In fact, that's the first list we should write.
Yeah, I was going to say this. The first list that you mentioned, it just, someone once said to me, as soon as you start listing what you don't like about the other, you know, the relationship's over. Well, they kind of said it as a aside. They were like, well, that's how you know that when a couple starts doing that. That's how
Write
you know
me
it's
a
over.
letter, put it in an envelope every morning if you want, or on a little notebook.
What?
Simple.
What you do wrong? It's
No,
terrible.
no. Please don't. Please love me today. Please don't hurt me today. Please don't get crazy today.
But then what happens if one of us gets hurt or mad? Because that's life. It will come up. If we don't do things differently, I want a list of things that we don't do. I can't keep throwing our relationship in the air every time we get mad because all bets are off every time the blood pressure goes up a certain amount.
These don't have to be followed through with. These are just things that I suggest because you fuck some cock says it. Well, as soon as you make a list, it's like, fuck that.
I don't know. It just made sense, but I'll do it.
I don't
just,
look. It doesn't
just
have to
seems
be
terrible.
gross. It just, you know, you've just. I mean, I don't need a list. You just went through the majority. You know, and I went through a lot of mine. And you don't have to make the other fuck list. I'll make the other list.
No, I'm not saying I don't want to make that list. I agree about that one. I just want to know what we're going to do differently and how to help check each other on what the other one needs so that it doesn't get to this point. I can't keep living like this.
Oh, I can't keep living like this either.
Then something has to change.
I've got less time on the fucking planet than you. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life fucking
Something's got to change.
fighting and being dragged to someone that I fucking adore. I'm not gonna live my life like that and the rest of my fucking days. But you know, fuck what I got. No, it's not, you know, fucking month, fucking 2 weeks, goddamn 30 years. I don't fucking know, but life is short, precious. I don't want to fuck up yours. You know, I don't want you to fuck up mine. I'd like a bit more understanding from both of us.
That sounds very good, and I agree. But what about what are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you go fuck it and you decide all bets are off?
In the moment, well, look what I did in Australia. Look what I accomplished. I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, he's gone. No, he's gone. Fucking put him away. Put him away. And by a list of the things that I feel that fuck you over or make you feel shitty or anything like that, I fucking, when we're in the moment, I remember it. I remember what I put on my list. I remember it. And I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try, if we're heightened, to say, please, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this.
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to know.
It's got to be done with your mind and your heart.
What do we do different if I have a problem? You need to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're going to make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like...
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me then. You're going to have to allow me to get mad.
Yes, exactly. If I do something that makes you mad...
And then you start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just only, I only start yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
You have gotten better about that. Otherwise we wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half.
I was talking about the yelling. But
no, but...
yeah.
You witnessed it. You're the one that brought it up. Australia was fucking great. We just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and on our hearts. Let's go back there. And no, on your list.
Is the monster gone? Did you put him away? It's been so, when you get on that train, you get angry, you stay on it for so long, and you won't come down, you won't talk to the person that is you.
That's not always.
It doesn't have to always be the monster. But what is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't. But I ask you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time. You've got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it? Will you call me out on it if I'm doing it?
Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. And I'll do it in a fucking... as peaceful a fucking... as calm a manner as I possibly can. I don't want to instigate any fights. I do not want to fight anymore.
Say we're having an argument and you get mad.
An argument?
How can... yes, but say we're having an argument and you get mad. It escalates. How do you talk to the you that's in front of me right now? What do I need to say? What do I need to do? We don't want to spend our life mad like that. Doesn't mean you have to like what I'm saying or doing or vice versa, but can you calm down?
Baby, please don't do it, monster. Please don't. Let's not yell. Please don't yell at me. I'll do the same.
Promise.
What?
You promise.
Yeah. What? Yes.
I just want some, because sometimes you don't keep what you say, and I want this to be different. No, that's not the case. It's just that sometimes when you get mad, it's like you disconnect from the person that you are right now. And I'm wondering just how to, like, what's the communication, what's the phone number, for that.
And you, how do I calm you down?
Maybe say, remind me, remember what we talked about. Calm down, baby, please calm down. Or
the bigger picture.
Something that will remind me of this conversation, when I'm upset and I'm feeling like it's pointless,
Don't ever lie.
I don't ever lie. I know you and I see things differently sometimes, but I'm not lying. For someone who, I know that's your deepest fear and that's why it comes up in fights and stuff, but you got a trust issue in general in life.
Oh, yeah.
I never fucked you over, and I'm not going to. And anybody who knows me, if they had to list 2 or 3 things about me, adjectives about me, one of those 3 would be super honest, straightforward, honest. Everyone else in my life, I know you have trust issues, but you can't let it cloud you knowing me. Please. It comes up a lot. I know you have an issue with it. It's not me. You can trust me. If anything...
Say that to me.
What? Say what?
What you just said. Say that stuff to me at the time. Start with fucking quit.
I feel like I do, but I guess I should say it different or find another way. I'll pay attention to how I say it.
It depends. Both pay attention. How we talk to each other. To respect each other.
You know, we're not going to do that all the time. Sometimes we're going to be shitty or whatever now. But we make a promise to each other about the rings and the divorce.
The rings and divorce.
We promise each other. Please, I want so bad to feel like the marriage I
promise you.
worked so hard to make happen is like meaningful.
Don't talk about making the wedding now. Talk about the 4 years we spent together.
Yes, but I have those 4 years no matter what. But I fought for that wedding. And we had that wedding. A beautiful wedding. For what? If we don't... I want to, like, it means something that there's some...
It did mean something, and it does mean something. I didn't get married to you fucking... 17 more fights and it's fucking over with. We got married, I knew the fucking fights were going to stop, but I thought maybe it would recur.
I wanted the security back. I freak out. And cannot make normal decisions, calm decisions, or ones from the heart where I'm thinking of you more than me when I feel like you're splitting on me all the time, when the marriage is on the rock. I make the same mistake about throwing our marriage around. I won't do it again. I'm not going to do it again. Okay? I'm not, I promise. But there's something so anxiety provoking and scary and malicious and really just turns everything over when you split all the time. Please, if you really don't want to fight and you're not just trying to hurt me, which sometimes it is that, if you really love me and you do care about this, please find a good way to do it one nice and respectful. You can tell me that you are. I need to know that we will be able to talk about it, because the problem I have is when we don't communicate. It comes into me, it builds up in me and becomes cancer in me. It got worse every day when we were back from Toronto. It got worse every single day. Not better, worse. Until we spoke about it. Until Whitney's birthday and we talked about it. Then it was okay. But I don't want to resent you.
I resent you. I don't want to not trust.
You know how many times I've chased you out of the elevator in the hall? You gotta stop doing that. I'm not nitpicking. I don't mean to be focusing on something, but if it's a major thing to me, and it is a major
If things get physical, we have to separate.
No doubt.
Have to be apart from one another, whether it's for fucking an hour or 10 hours or fucking a day. We must. There can be no physical violence.
I agree about the physical violence, but separating for a day or night and taking a night off from our marriage it just means it opens up.
Listen, I'm just giving you examples. It could be fucking 3 minutes. It could be fucking 2 weeks. I'm just saying.
No, but we need to agree on certain boundaries so we have boundaries again. We need to make agreements and hold each other accountable to them and ourselves accountable to them, which is why I'm even bringing this up.
I'm not...
You know what I mean?
I'm not saying anything negative.
I know.
All I'm saying is we need to take whatever time we need. You need, I need. To kind of let things settle for a minute. So that we don't fucking kill each other or fucking worse, fucking really kill each other. fucking break up or whatever.
Just don't. I think that
Help me,
I-
I'll help you.
this is the thing that makes me feel unsafe and unstable. To be honest, this is what makes me not trust.
What's that?
It's that there's like
Walking away, going to a corner.
no loophole. It's like, oh, go and take the time you need, take the time I need. Okay, fine. Every time I get mad at you, I can go split. Except for, oh wait, I don't have my own place to go split to.
No, Amber, stop.
You know, it makes me think I should. It makes me, I don't have a place I can go. I don't have it. I'd have to go to a hotel, you know? And I don't have the funds to do that. I mean,
That's not what I'm talking about.
look, I think we should control ourselves and not get physical. And if it gets physical, and we've dropped that wall, then we're gonna drop the other ones. And it's gonna be like, you're to fucking split, or I'm gonna fucking split, and one of us isn't gonna come back.
You may be right, but you can't predict the future once again. Here's what I'm saying. If the fight escalates to the point of where it's just insulting for both of us, or if it gets to that physical fucking shit, violence, that's when we just say, look, let's go to our corners, man. You hang wherever you want. Maybe I'm going in the office, and I'm just gonna fucking sit there and try and de-jellify my fucking brain. And I'm not talking about me running out of the fucking house. I'm not talking about me, splitting because I'm fucking incompetent, a coward, whatever. I'm talking about go to our corners. I'll go to my little office. You can have the house. You can just take the house and wander wherever you want. I won't fucking come bother you. And if at a point you're feeling like better after 10 minutes, come knock on the door.
I always do that.
And please let me finish.
Sorry.
And if in 10 minutes I'm feeling like, all right, I got the solution for this, or I know how we can, please, I'll come knock on your fucking door, or I'll come find you.
Will you try?
What?
Will you try to not make it
I just told
an
you.
all-night thing? I wasn't done. Will you try and not make it a lifestyle? I mean, will you try and remind yourself that they can just be fights? Will you try and
Absolutely.
respect that it doesn't have to be an all-night thing?
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't want to go to bed mad. And we were doing really good with each other. We didn't for a long time.
I don't want it, I know. But we weren't insulting one another to the point of like, wow, like the way I insulted you in Toronto, the way you insulted me on the plane, or wherever, whatever. Let's not get to that point. That's nothing. That's bullshit. That's kindergarten shit. We don't fucking need to do that. What we can do is just try to be fucking calm and say, look, this is getting somewhere I don't like. Please, let's take an hour max. I'll go in and fucking write and try and figure it out, get it out, whatever. I'm just making suggestions to try and fucking save us.
I agree. We gotta honor our promises. I cannot, nor can you. You don't deserve to be in a relationship that is walked away from all the time. You can't. I would never want you to do that. I never want you to be in that. You deserve better. So do I. You cannot be constantly, anytime I'm upset or mad or hurt, anything I fuck up, God, if I yell, if I fuck up ever, ditched. That's not marriage. You know, most people don't have 2, 3 houses they can go to. It's always, I'm in your house, and you always split.
Listen, you can't be saying that if that's what you feel, you feel that from you, because you didn't get that from me. You never fucking said, this is my house and my house only.
Kind of, but I know yesterday
No, that's our fucking house.
You always remind me that
I got Rocky and Josh living there. I got Whitney living there. Don't.
But you say it in fights. You use it in fights, and I'm sorry, but I feel like forget it. I just want.
Don't think that you.
I just want the security and the commitment from you that we have destroyed, both of us. And I don't know if that matters to you, but personally, like if you need that, that's what I mean.
Matters.
But I do, and I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really mean it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
That's what I said earlier. Look, if we get to that point where it's like, this is...
It's a line we don't cross.
Fucking much. Let's, we fucking, man, shake hands and walk away.
Yes, but you don't do it until you mean it. That's my point.
Trust me. If I'm not going to do it unless I mean it.
Promise.
If I say it, I will be leaving. If you say it, fuck out or whatever.
Promise.
Yeah.
That ring does not come off.
Unless I say the word or unless you say the word. Well, or you just take the ring off if that's the same. That'll be the same.
That's what I'm saying is, I don't think our marriage should be something you sit on. In fact, if you want a fucking divorce, you're gonna tell me, not in a fight. Let's be honest. That's a decision, a lifelong decision that even you and me as hotheads know you can't make forever decisions when you're mad like that. It certainly feels like you can, but you and I both, even though we're hotheads, and we do know the difference. However, I don't think it's something we should ever say to each other in a fight, ever. And if you promise me, and I promise you, and we need that. We need to hold each other accountable again. I want to feel safe. I have nothing to cling on to. You didn't come home last night. I feel like I have nothing to cling on to. There's a semblance of marriage or commitment or stability. I mean, if I can just get up and walk away and spend the night somewhere else. Yeah, believe it's done if I do that. That's it's not marriage.
You talk about it. You know why I left.
I do know why you left.
I'm saying now that I won't do the same thing. That I will not do that. I will not fucking leave until some rational decision is made. If it's the end, it's the end. If it's fucking we can keep going, we'll keep going. But promise. trust me.
I want to be in my marriage.
Sorry?
You know, I want to be in my marriage, you know. I want to commit to you forever. Good, bad, better, worse. I don't want it to be as transient as whatever fight we're fighting for. I don't want any loopholes, it's okay to leave, it's acceptable to do this, or it's acceptable to say this about like splitting or breaking up or leaving. We should fall asleep together every night. Ideally, never mad. I'd love to say you could promise that, but I don't know if it's possible. I'd love to strive for it.
Yeah, you weren't ready for that last night, for sure.
No, I fucked up last night. I'm really sorry.
So let's understand that we're both guilty of the same shit at times.
And no one's saying it more than me, though. I am saying that. It's just chronically overweighed with, and I need that to be something you realize and that you know. And it's affecting not just me, it's affecting our marriage. It's affecting how I trust, how I resent you, how I like you without the fight being happening.
No, I know.
I'm not trying to rub your nose in it. I feel sometimes like you omit something, you acknowledge it, it'll be beautiful, and then you go back on it kind of in your in the vocabulary after, and then I feel like, wait a second, is he taking it back? You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, but like I said before, there's not. I haven't cornered the market on that. You know, when you start the fucking yelling, there's, you know, it fucking gets crazy. You know, it gets fucking crazy. You know, and that makes me not feel for lack of a better word, safe within the relationship. You know, understanding of, oh well, it's just nothing. Because if it keeps going, if it's always sort of there, then you know, I fucking worry about the marriage. I worry, how much longer can I deal with this? How much longer can she deal with this? Fuck, man. So I've had the same trust issues. I've had the same disappointments. I've had the same, you know, maybe not to the degree you have. I'm assuming so. But yeah, man, when you start fucking honking, you know what I mean? It's
help me, call it out, call me out on it, and help me.
I will
help
try.
Help me, because I might not even realize I'm doing it, but you've got to help me. But it can't be an excuse to leave.
I will try to help you. If I try to help you and I can help you, fuck would I leave? If I try to help you and I can't help you, say, baby, I'm taking an hour, I'm in my fucking office.
Yes.
If you want to talk, you want to come get me, otherwise I'll come check on you in an hour.
That would be really helpful.
All right?
And I promise you I'll leave you alone for that hour. I promise you I'm not going to freak out.
I just want you to have your time to be able to calm down, or my time to be able to calm down.
But it really helps if you give it time. If it's not just,
even
if you just say it will, you know, like I promise we'll resume this. I just need to know that we will talk about it. Otherwise, I'm dealing with cancer. I'm dealing with something that just festers and gets worse and worse. So you have to realize that, you know, in that kind of situation, a few minutes is fine, but then after a certain point, it becomes way worse, and I become way harder to reason, to rationalize with. I become, it's that, Kipper, can tell you. He says he's the same way. That's how I work. And you work a very different way. We need to meet in the middle, you know?
Yeah. I do understand that. I mean, I do understand all that. But I also want you to understand that, you know, there were great moments with high hopes that it was just all cool. And then, you know, whatever happens, this happens, that happens, fucking, we have a spat or a fight or a fucking blowout. I just want you to know that the way you're feeling about being unsure of us, of the marriage, of this, of whether you can trust me to be this, or whether you can, you know, or whether I can do the same. I feel very much the same.
At least you have the added luxury that you take for granted. No offense, you do. That you have the added luxury of knowing that I'm there and that I mean it forever, and that because I show up. I'm knocking. I'm the one who asks to calm down. I'm the one that comes to get you on the plane. I'm the one that comes and knocks at the bathroom door. I'm the one that comes into the house that you've run away to. I'm the one that comes to you and says, oh, this isn't worth it. Let's fight for this marriage, or whatever. You have an added luxury that you just are taking for granted in such a big way. And you don't know how much that means. If I ran from you the way I used to before the marriage, would not be together. When I used to run away, when you would, whatever, when I felt like it was justified, how many times we almost break up? How terrible was that? How terrible was it for you? We would not be together if I did that. And you take for granted that I show up and that I fight for us and that I am the one to come over. I'm the one that comes out into the hall. I am the one. I have a hothead just like you, but what a luxury you have. If you take that for granted, what a luxury. I'd do anything to have that feeling. If, at least in the back of my mind, I'd know that you had showed up, that you fought for me, that you cared enough to...
Here's what you're missing in that little, you know, paragraph. What you're missing is, you're the one who comes and gets me. You're the one who comes and says you're sorry. That you're the one that comes and tries to calm me down. You're the one. But why am I riled up?
We're both riled up. No, it's not like every time I've done something to you in a vacuum, baby. That's what you don't get. I don't doubt you're riled up. But I'm riled up too. And I said this to you on the couch. I've said this to you before. We both have, it's subjective. You have your reasons. I have my reasons. For every action, there is something that caused it. And I have the same thing. I'm mad in the same way.
What caused it could be so irrational and so far-fetched and so minute.
That's what I say to you every time that you want to have a big fight. Every time I go, this could be something small. Why wasn't this just an argument? Baby, why wasn't this just an argument? Yes, so you're right. Sometimes it could be very small. Sometimes it's not. Either way, it doesn't negate what I'm saying to you. What a gift. Like, I would do anything to trade places with you. You talk about insecurity in the relationship and trust. But you talk about trust. But you talk about trust and like you feel the same way. You don't feel this. You couldn't, because the difference is you at least have the knowledge in the back of your head that you can fall back on. That I showed up. That I fought for you. That I checked on you. That I came to get you. That I said I love you. That I saved the marriage. If it were up to you and I treated you the way you treated me, we would not be together. Let's face it. It's because I fucking fight for this. It's because I come over. And last time I didn't, which is what I should always do. And I am learning my fucking lesson. It's just, when you walk, fucking let you walk. And that time, I can't tell you how done I was. It was like this time in Toronto. I was looking for apartments. I was preparing to tell my folks, my parents. I was done. And you called me and you were like, well, I'm about to go out of town or whatever, and ended up like that, whatever. I told you I wasn't ready to see you because it had gotten so much worse that I was basically calling. I was like, I just need to change my life, and my life is different. I am no longer with this person, and I'm now single. I need to, get my shit together, find an apartment, do all this stuff. It got so much worse, and honestly, if that happens one more time, we will break up. I know it. I know we won't survive it. That was so severe. The damage was so severe. When you spent a week here, you said, I'm going to go away for a day. You wrote me a note, I left it on the kitchen counter, and he said, I just need to clear my head for a night, maybe 2. I didn't hear from you for 6. No, this is here. You came here, I stayed downtown. You were gone for 6, 7 days. And then I didn't even let you spend the night in the house. Remember, you came over, we talked. I wasn't even ready. No one, you know how long it took me to take down those walls that I built up? It took forever to build those. It took me so long to trust you, even a little bit again. I resented you so much. The damage was very deep. And I know that if I let that happen again, in my heart, I know we wouldn't survive it. So, you walk out, and I have one option. That's why I come to you. If I let it go, like I did last time, which is what I should do, because if you're willing to walk out, you should be walking out. But I let it go, and it was a fucking week. And it took... and I'll never get some of that back. I'll never have that trust quite the same way. You left me a note saying I'm going to be gone for a night. We didn't speak for a week. I didn't even hear from you. You didn't check on me, nothing.
So you thought we would break up?
Oh, yeah. I was preparing to have that conversation with you and be done.
Oh, so you just said you were single.
No, I was preparing myself to think that way. To take care of my own life. Get my own, apartment. That's that sort of thing.
I hope it doesn't get to that.
No, of course, but I'm just saying, when I didn't fight for it, when I let it go, it was devastating. Devastating on my heart, on my soul, on the trust. I can't do it again. You probably wouldn't want me to do it again. At least you have in the back of your mind that I come and I show up and I fight. I come and I don't have that.
I don't take that for granted, by the way. I don't always know that you'll come. I don't always know that you'll be knocking. I don't always know that you want to talk. I go, because I think, fuck, we're screwed. Can't live like this.
So what's to stop you from doing that again, thinking that again?
Well, like I said, like you said, you walk out the door, you walk out the door. That is the same as rings off. That's the same thing as mentioning divorce. There's no talking unless we just want to try to be civil with one another. As fucking people who are married. I hate to talk like, I hate even saying that kind of shit, but yeah, if I walk out again, I'm walking out. And I'll know that, and you'll know that. If you do that, same deal. regain trust, respect, whatever you feel you've lost for me.
I hope you can't too.
Huh?
I hope you can't.
And I hope you can make the changes that fuck with me. And if we want to do it, we'll do it. Ultimately, if we don't want to do it, you know the result. Because you're definitely at the end of any of that shit. All the anger at each other. We're definitely at the end of that kind of shit. There's no more.
Can you let it go? Can you let go of some of these fights?
Yeah, I know the fights go.
I just feel like we hold on to everything and we just fight about the same, you know? Like my mom said, I don't think either of us are forgiving each other.
Well, I don't think we can forgive each other this quickly. I think
I'm not saying that.
with time, it'll lessen. But everything that I said, you know, is not. You're not going to be able to unhear it. And the same with me. You won't be able to unhear it. And they are horribly thought-provoking. But just gotta write it off, you know, and get past it. If I didn't want to be with you, I wouldn't be with you. If you didn't want to be with me, you wouldn't be with me. And that's really what it boils down to. So if we want to be together, let's do our best to fix what's broken within the machine, within our machine, the machine that is us.
That's why I came. That's why I came. I'm still married to you.
I hated it. I hated having to leave. I hated fucking getting here. Couldn't fall asleep. Fucking ambient and a half finally. And, you know, woke up like 3 hours fucking later. Feeling like, oh God, why? Fucking why?
Hope this is important enough for you to fight for.
It is important enough for me to fight for.
No.
Well, why do you say that?
Because I know I can't do it alone. I woke up first thing and called you. Told you last night I just was so foolish. you know? And I understand part of it, but I also see, like, you know I love you. I know I got my fuck-ups and my issues. At least you know I love you. You know I love you more. Me. You know. At least you know that. You do know that. That I love you more than me. That I love you
more than yourself?
Yeah. You don't debase yourself and embarrass yourself like that for you. Because you're worried about protecting yourself.
I don't think you debased yourself in any way, but it's very brave. It's a very...
Your feet are swollen.
I have no... What?
Your ankles are swollen. You took your morning meds?
But no swells.
What?
No swelling.
Not swelling?
No, it's fucking...
Oh, it must just be the way the sock
It's like a
was.
muscle or whatever. I love you, I don't. I don't do anything bad to you. I don't harm you. I don't want to hurt you. I don't. So, like I said, I do every fucking thing I can. It's gotta be reciprocal.
Yes. I agree.
And what you did by calling me last night, you fell asleep on the phone. You do realize that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I had to ambient myself. Again.
So I say sweet goodnight to you.
Did you tell I was sleeping?
I thought you were sleeping once before. I think you might have fallen asleep once before. And then woke up and continued talking. And then I was saying something about it. And then suddenly there was just no more. Gone.
I really don't want to sleep without you. Again, we can't. There's a better way.
Let's find it. Don't slow
Please don't. I'm sorry I did.
It's okay. Just.
But you know, sometimes that fucking thing happens. You do it too sometimes, or you just.
I know.
But it can't be like the end of. Our marriage is bigger than that, obviously.
We don't need to.
I agree. I agree, but.
I hope we don't. I hope we don't. I love you. I want you to be my wife. And I want to be your husband. And I want to be a good husband. And if I haven't been, I'll do everything I can to find out how to be a good husband.
You're a great husband. You really are. It's just hard if anything comes up, if someone bumps your shoulder on a crowded sidewalk. You know, we're wearing white again, not black, so it makes a difference. It's a big deal if there's a bump. And it's hard. I love you, and I know we can be so good.
Amazing.
And I'm here. I'm trying to move forward. forgive each other.
Listen,
We have to
I know
forgive
we
each
had our
other.
fights today to try to settle whatever the fuck, all this scrambled, crazy shit that one thing reminds you of another, and you find yourself going back into some other fight, and it's all scrambled, it's all fucking jumbled, it's like white noise, all moving around, a little thing. I'm glad that we got to a point where we were shitty with each other. I'm glad we got to a point where we didn't fucking know how this was gonna end. But I'm telling you, that by coming here today, it is fucking courageous, and it's fucking admirable for you to come here and talk to me and try and work things out. And to tell me these problems, things that I do that fuck with you, I want to change it. I want you to change it. I want us to change it together.
Thank you for sitting through and actually having a conversation with me. I did not expect that. But I'm really proud of you for not running away, or walking away, or what. I'm proud of you for that. It means that we can actually hash out these things. Some things have to be said, and maybe left. And maybe left.
Left behind.
No, we'll never forget a lot of things, but we can forgive. We really do need to. We need to we really need to. My mom is right. There's absolutely, it's just adding weight. We're just carrying around those stones. My mom is right. I know she is.
She is right. She's right on the fucking money. She's on it. We can make it if we want to. We can get through this shit if we want to. I'm sure. Right now.
You know I'm not. I love you. I love you, and I just needed I needed the security again. I needed to have something to hold on to, or else why?
Tell me shit. Just tell me before it becomes something you've held inside for so long that it has to just explode.
I understand.
Tell me, and I'll tell you the same. And then, once we can fucking get this shit out without it being some used drama, or even if it is a used drama, once we can get the shit out, recognize it, and like you said, fucking it's gone. Chuck it. Doesn't work. That method does not work. Bam, it's gone. Next. Fuck, I'd fucking die if I start. And it kills me that possibility that you would think that I take so much for granted, or I'm untrustworthy, or a bad husband, or...
No, I didn't say you were untrustworthy.
No, I'm just saying it's
and I said what I needed to say. I'm not gonna... You know, I won't...
I'm not asking you to elaborate on anything I'm saying.
Okay.
All I'm saying is I would fucking die if I knew that was how you thought of me. And now I know what I know. And I'll fucking do my best to get it together so that I don't fuck with you and you don't fuck with me. And we're a couple again, and we're friends again. So I won't fight with you. Love you.
I promise it won't explode if we just do the things a little different in the fight. You know, like, don't walk away from me. Do it in a different way. And I promise I won't resort to the same shit. I promise. Okay?
Maybe when that fucking hocus pocus happens and we get all fucking edgy with each other, instead of standing squaring off like a couple of fighters, maybe let's try to sit down. Seriously, you know, like, sit down. Even if we say, hey, listen, we're fighting like bastards, let's sit down and have a glass of wine and talk through this. I know you got it in you. I know you got it in you. And I know that I have it in me. It's just a question of
I really am
realizing and admitting what,